Brunei, and Indonesia interpret and utilize UNCLOS in asserting their maritime rights. Moderating this discussion is Mr. Richard Haydarian, Senior Lecturer in International Studies at the University of the Philippines. Joining him are our distinguished panelists, Attorney Fretty Ganchon, Maritime Expert and Senior State Counsel, Philippines, Mr. Muhammad Taufan, Lawyer, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Indonesia, Dr. Thailand Wang Nguyen, Director, East Sea Institute Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam, and Mr. Hamza bin Ishaq, Deputy Director, General National Security Council, Malaysia. We would like to remind our guest panelists to please proceed on stage as we are about to begin our session. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, let's get the conversation going. Good morning, everyone. My apologies, I was not able to join you folks last night. I just flew in from Paris after a series of conversations in Europe with our friends in London, Paris, and other relevant capitals. Obviously, with President Emmanuel Macron heading to our part of the region, ASEAN relations with Europe and the rest of the world has become much more important. And one of the issues that kept on popping up in my conversations with our friends and counterparts in Europe and other major capitals is this issue of a rules-based international order, right? And that would be very much at the center of our discussion this day. Let's not forget there are going to be a couple of other panel discussions later this day, so I'm not, as much as possible, we don't want to bleed too much into the other panels, where there will be much more specific discussions on various regimes of cooperation and dealing with different kinds of challenges and what are the different kind of opportunities for cooperation. So here this is more like almost an ontological discussion on what is a rules-based international order, what kind of rules-based international order we want in this part of the world, and more importantly and specifically for our discussion today, what is the relevance of that for the South China Sea disputes, right? What do you want to see there? So what we're going to do is I'm going to, first of all, be very clear about my time. So for the first 30 minutes before we open it up to the questions and answer and hopefully the more sizzling part of this discussion, I would want each of our speakers to perhaps give an opening around just 1 minute or two. What is their understanding of a rules-based international order? Is that vague enough? Is it too aspirational? Should we use, in fact, the term, as suggested yesterday, I was told, to talk about an UNCLOS-based international order if we are talking about, for instance, the South China Sea disputes? So may I start with you, Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just call me Richard. Yeah, please.
Richard, yes. Thank you, Richard, and good morning to you, and good morning to everyone here in attendance in Conrad, as well as to my co-panelists, and to those who are listening to us online. So your question is with respect to our understanding of what is this rules-based international order. So by the very term itself, it says it's an order that is based on rules. So the next question there is, what are the rules? The rules, of course, include the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, but there can be other rules in the general international law, like customary international law, general principles of law, jurisprudence, etc. It's just that with respect to the South China Sea, the primary source of international law that governs the South China Sea is the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea as the constitution for the oceans. That's why somebody said it should be an UNCLOS-based international law would prevail over other sources of international law, like customary international law and general principles of law. Now, a rules-based international order is very important because if states don't follow the rules, then what would happen to the international community, to the international society? You will have might over what is right. Who is powerful would prevail because there's no rules that would govern everybody. So that's my understanding of a rules-based international order.
Thank you very much for that, Attorney. I mean, obviously, when it comes to ASEAN, diversity is one thing, and when it comes to understanding of international law, it's probably 50 shades of understanding of international law, including what is UNCLOS. Maybe from the perspective of Indonesia, because Indonesia was one of the pillars of the establishment of the modern maritime international law, and a lot of your legal luminaries, including one of them who recently passed away, played a very important role in the development of that. Philippines and Indonesia, we work a lot together back in the 60s and 70s to come up with that common understanding. What is the Indonesian understanding of a rules-based international order?
Thank you very much, Richard. So, very good morning, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So, if I may respond to that question, I believe this is something that I already also touched base last night, where I personally perceive that the rule-based order is something that not really legalistic. So we often use this on the political document, for instance, or on the political forum. So we believe that the rule-based order is something that not clear enough in the context of international law. So I offer a different approach where, Indonesia prefer to use, for instance, the international law and UNCLOS, since we already have a long negotiation, for instance, in the United Nations. So we use this term. And if we also take another angle where how this term used, for instance, there are two points. The first one, this term often used by, for instance, the United States, where we know that the United States is not party to UNCLOS. It's something that not, we can see from different perspectives, but perhaps we know what the motive, why use this term. And the second one is, we also aware that this term already used in different ASEAN papers or documents. So we aware that it's something that we use, our neighbor and other states use it, but nationally or we really prefer something that much clearer, the international and UNCLOS itself. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I mean, obviously we'll have more questions in terms of your country-specific consideration, because Indonesia is one of the, if not the biggest archipelagic nations, so obviously this is something very important. I think, just to be clear on the case of the United States, I think they have signed it, but it's the Senate which has not ratified it, but the U.S. Navy follows UNCLOS as a matter of customary international law. So there's a little bit of a nuance there that usually gets lost, or some of our friends want to weaponize those nuances that are lost in discussions. But thank you for mentioning that. Dr. Nguyen, from the perspective of Vietnam, I mean, how do you see this? The reason for us, at least Filipinos, Vietnam's position has also been of poignant importance is because I remember when the Philippines filed the arbitration case, something that we'll discuss more later on, Vietnam was arguably the only country that was more vocal about its position on this. We can discuss the merits of that position, but what is Vietnam's understanding of a rules-based international order? And is it a kind of a static understanding, or is it a kind of like your bamboo diplomacy, also evolving depending on changing dynamics in the international system?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to thanks to the organizer to having me here in the panel one. And I would like to share first on the term of rules-based order. I think this is one kind of very fashionable terms when we use the rules-based order, because when we talk about the rules-based order, we can think about what order and whose order and what's rule, who rules. And in fact, I think that now is the different use and different understanding on rules-based order. For example, the UK prefer to use the rules-based system, or in the ASEAN, I think in the different statement and document, we prefer to use rules-based architecture. And back to the question, I think that if we look to specifically to the maritime domain, here is UNCLOS, and in the UNCLOS we use legal order at sea. So I think here first who rules. I think the basics here we can base on the international community. Here we base in the United Nations chapter, because this year celebrates 80 years of the United Nations. And for the UNCLOS, we have the UNCLOS, and the other regulation like IMO or ICAO is very important to regulating all matter at sea. And these who rules, and which rule I would like to say that here we have a set of very important fundamental principle of international law. So that's why I think we can look very broadly. Perspective is legal order at sea based on the international law, including the UNCLOS. So this is my think about the rules-based order. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the emphasis on whose rules is something I think we can build on later on, because there are some parties who question whether this is truly inclusive and representative enough as far as the existing international order is concerned. But I think for us here in ASEAN, a lot of our countries were among the key players in the formation of the UNCLOS, the multiple rounds of negotiation that will go on later on. But for also perspective from Malaysia, obviously the ASEAN chair, you guys are the important guys this year. Mr. Hamza, may I understand, what is Malaysia's understanding of rules-based international order? I mean, you have a prime minister who's very vocal on a huge range of issues and very articulate, and I mean it with no sense of irony at all, I think. But nevertheless, people ask, where does really Malaysia stand on the notion of a rules-based international order, especially because Prime Minister Anwar has also expressed his criticism of what he feels are gaps, double standards. He has looked at certain conflicts that he felt perhaps the rules-based international order has not been fully implemented. What is the Malaysian perspective on this?
Well, first of all, thank you for your kind observations and also comments on how we are views on the rule of law. In terms of maritime, of course, I think Malaysia, as a state party to the UNCLOS in 1996, we obliged with all the provisions under the UNCLOS, as the UNCLOS is the main legal framework in how governing the rights, jurisdictions, and also responsibility. It's not only the state parties, but also to the non-state parties, the coastal state, the users. And of course, I think in the case of South China Sea, because we are talking about South China Sea, the most important thing, like I mentioned yesterday, we must have a clear demarcation line first, because that gives you entitlement for the national jurisdictions, what activities you can do it, and what other people can do in your maritime zone. So Malaysia is a maritime nation. Whatever our claims, our activities must be in accordance with UNCLOS. And of course, if there is a dispute, we're going to resolve bilaterally or even to the third parties. So this is where I think all the ASEAN members are state party to the UNCLOS, and we have to work together to make sure that this region, the stability and peace in accordance with law. Yeah, that's my first response. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a perfect segue to really go into the meat of the discussion. So now we're done with the Socratic ontological part. Let's go to the operational side. Attorney Freddy, going back to the case of the Philippines, why is our understanding of rules-based order so tethered to the notion of UNCLOS, and how much is that related to the arbitration case in 2016? Because if you look at the arbitration case in 2016, it is supposed to be universally accepted in terms of its jurisdiction, but in terms of the political and diplomatic statement and position of different countries, some would say even in our region, there's some sort of diversity. From the Philippine perspective, though, how important is the UNCLOS? How important in particular was the arbitration case? And how is this central, in your opinion, to preserving a rules-based order in this part of the world?
So with respect to UNCLOS and the South China Sea arbitration, your question is about how important was the arbitration to us. Very important. How important is UNCLOS to us? Very important. And in relation to what we just discussed about the rules-based international order, UNCLOS is important because both Philippines and China are parties to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. In fact, both of them were active in the almost 10-year negotiation that led to the conclusion of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. And so, one of the fundamental principles in international law is pacta sunt servanda, which is a Latin phrase that literally means agreements must be kept. if you are a party to an international convention, there is an expectation that you would comply with your obligations under that convention because you are a state party to that convention. So to the Philippines, and by the way, sometimes I would speak as a maritime expert, sometimes I would speak on behalf of the Philippines, so just qualify. But for the Philippines, it views that China has violated gravely its obligations under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which led to the filing of the South China Sea arbitration of the case last January 22, 2013. And this arbitral award is an authoritative interpretation of the pertinent provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, including the explanation of the tribunal on its jurisdiction, why it has jurisdiction over the case, and that China has already given its advance consent to arbitration just by being a party to UNCLOS, and it's also an authoritative ruling on the invalidity of the 9-dash line. That this 9-dash line that is based on historic rights cannot prevail over the sovereign rights of coastal states in their exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. As you know, this 9-dash line encroaches on almost 90% of the exclusive economic zone and continental shelf of the Philippines on the western side of the Philippine archipelago, which we call the West Philippine Sea. And so it's very important to us, and there's also a very authoritative ruling on the interpretation of Article 121 of UNCLOS on what are considered islands, rocks, and low tide elevations, because as you know, it's the finding of the tribunal that the features of the Spratly Islands, none of them can be legally considered as islands under UNCLOS, and the significance of that, these islands cannot generate an exclusive economic zone that would overlap with the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines measured from our archipelagic baselines along Palawan. So there's really no overlapping exclusive economic zones and continental shelves between China and the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea. And also with respect to other states that occupy some of the features of the Spratly Islands, because you know, our exclusive economic zone is a unique one. You cannot see a similar exclusive economic zone around the world because it's the only exclusive economic zone that is studded with features. And some of those features are occupied by foreign power.
Definitely, we're going to discuss the more operational, recommendations shortly. But Dr. Tufan, from the Indonesian perspective, I mean, historically, Indonesia projects neutrality on the South China Sea dispute, but our observation is since 2014, at least. This is already during the first Jokowi administration. You have this kind of statements coming from Indonesia of concerns. Yes, Indonesia perhaps from the Philippine perspective did not make the kind of, some would say, robust statement when the arbitration case came out. Nevertheless, in light of the so-called North Natuna Sea disputes, it looks like mentioning of the UNCLOS and sometimes even the arbitration case has become much more frequent than not in the public statements of Indonesia. But nevertheless, much of our available empirical observation was the Jokowi administration. So to be honest, as far as the Prabowo administration is concerned, we're still trying to figure out. So I want to understand, first of all, what is Indonesia's understanding of UNCLOS relevance to the South China Sea disputes, and has there been more continuity or potential change and divergence from the Jokowi administration heading into the Prabowo administration? The reason also I say this is because this is familiar to us in the case of the Philippines. We had another president back in 2016 who had very interesting takes, I would say variegated takes on international law. President Prabowo was in Beijing last year, and during his meeting in Beijing, there was a mention about joint development with China, which was interpreted by some quarters as potentially acceptance of China's understanding of its rights or historical rights in the area. I understand you in the foreign ministry did a very good job of clarifying things. Again, this is very familiar to us in the Philippines. But for the purpose of those who have been confused by the headlines in international news, what is really the score here as far as Indonesia's understanding of UNCLOS in the context of the South China Sea is concerned? And how is that also relevant in the context of the North Natuna Sea issue?
Thank you so much. It seems that several things that I can perhaps respond it. So, like, first one, my quick comment on because previously we discussed about the 2016 arbitration and then the UNCLOS itself and the region. So basically, we believe that the 2016 arbitration on the South China Sea is binding to the party or on that case, but we find this is extremely useful and valuable for states in general, how it also possesses the significant legal weight. And then the second one on the role of the UNCLOS itself, you know, Indonesia is one of the promoters of UNCLOS itself, together with other countries in the ASEAN, Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, Singapore, of course, Thailand, and others. And we not only reiterated in, in bilateral, regional, and multilateral forum, but we implemented and practiced it. Of course, last night also we touched base that in implemented there is, different approach, different interpretation is something that common. Our task is now how to, have a negotiation or dialogue in settling that differences. And regarding the Natuna Sea itself, the South China Sea and the Natuna Sea is something that really connected, and I believe the government is very clear. We cannot see the Indonesia's gesture or behavior only through a specific time or period of time. We believe how we respond, how we make a statement, and then through the practice too, is something that interconnected and reflect the Indonesia's views and policy on UNCLOS. Again, for instance, on the maritime delimitation with Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, we conducted based on UNCLOS. We implement the Article 74, Article 15, and Article 83 regarding the delimitation. This is something that crystal clear. And regarding the policy itself, we believe our office already made a clear statement that that's the agreement in the very high level, and we already explained it is something that will not depart from the rules and law. For instance, Indonesia have the law on the continental shelf agreement with Malaysia and then with Vietnam. And this is something that in the implementation in the future will not again depart from our law and regulations. That's only the instance. Again, our law enforcement agencies, assets, for instance, on the ground, still consistent, following up or refer to what we have in terms of the law. For instance, again, on the Natuna Sea region and other relevant law. I think that's my comment.
Yeah, sorry, I threw a lot of questions in one. I mean,
yeah.
I'm just being very maximalist on this. But just to be clear, is the entwinement, if I can put it, of the North Natuna Sea and the South, because technically it's not part of the South China Sea, right? That's why you were neutral. Is this because of the lack of precision in China's definition of its 9-dash line? Is that one of the cause of trouble?
Okay, perhaps I'm more responding through the legal and technical lens, where we believe that we already have the national map in Indonesia, and there is South China Sea region, and we have Natuna Sea region. But in international level, we also aware that there is, for instance, according to the International Hydrographic Office, there is a South China Sea region where in the wider or broader scope. And for instance, our agreement with Vietnam and with Malaysia is regarding the South China Sea, because this sea or region is so close. We find it very interlinked or interconnected. But if you see from the political spectrum, well, also it depends on how our state see this for instance, the naming of the area or region. But lastly, I also wish to raise that this is something, in my point of view, we see more on the legal and then the tactical point of view.
Again, to be more specific, because, for instance, China has raised the issue of traditional fishing rights, right, which seems to be an expression of its 9-dash line, and it quite goes into your Natuna Sea waters. What is Indonesia's position in that? Do you flatly reject that notion of traditional fishing rights? And is that based on your understanding of 2016 UNCLOS in general, or your own relevant national legislation and laws?
Thank you, Richard. So I think on this issue, it's very clear. Indonesia always reject on the 9-line claim. What we refer is UNCLOS and international law. We already stated very clear to the Secretary General of the United Nations in 2010 and 2020, where we find there is no legal basis for the claim, including the traditional fishing right. I think if you mention about the traditional fishing right, it is also something that in the legal term very interesting. We only recognize, for instance, in specific criteria, for instance, in the Article 51 of the UNCLOS or other, or based on the ICJ judgment, for instance. But again, our position is crystal clear. Everybody can see what we, emphasize through our note verbal back in 2020. Where interestingly also, when we mention about 2016 arbitration, we find the judgment or the decision is in line or similar with what Indonesia assessed. For instance, Freddy mentioned about the status of the features, maritime features in the Spratly Island. Right. We found there is no features is capable of meet the Article 1-to-1 criteria, for instance. That's the example. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I didn't want to push you too much on that, but that was very, very important, because technically you're not part of the South China Sea disputes, supposedly, right? And yet, right, we have all of this, corollary issues. Yeah.
I'm sorry, very quickly that, yes, we are not a claimant to the maritime features dispute in the South China Sea. There's Spratly, Paracel,
right.
But in terms of maritime zone, we have boundary with Malaysia and with Vietnam in that area. Thank you.
Exactly. Dr. Ngoyen, actually, for the next two speakers, this is important because as someone who has covered the South China Sea issue for more than a decade, almost on a daily basis, there were multiple occasions that Vietnam signaled that they may also leverage relevant instruments of international law, which some would interpret as Vietnam's openness to take inspiration from the Philippines 2016. May I understand to the degree that you can share with us, what is the state of debate, or is there a working position in Vietnam on this issue? Or do you think that the 2016 arbitration case in itself was sufficient enough to clarify the validity or the extent of your claims in the area? In short, how is both UNCLOS, but more specifically the 2016 arbitral tribunal, relevant to Vietnam's position and your ability to protect your sovereign rights in the South China Sea?
Thank you your questions. First of all, I would like to share that from Vietnam perspective, the UNCLOS is very important because as the other coastal state in the South China Sea, the UNCLOS is the legal basis for the coastal state to generate maritime zone in accordance with the international law. For example, Vietnam has the Vietnam Law of the Sea in 2012, and this law is very comprehensive legal framework. And based on that, we have the internal waters, terraces of 12 nautical miles, continental zone of 24 nautical miles, EEZ of 200 nautical miles, and continental south as well. And we, based on the UNCLOS, for generate maritime zone. And the second, I would like to highlight that the UNCLOS is regulate only the matter and activity at sea, and is not related to the question of sovereignty. The question of sovereignty, because Mr. Taufan mentioned on the dispute on the Paracel or Spratly, is the question on the sovereignty. And to resolve the dispute related to the sovereignty dispute is we can use the other mechanism. Like, for example, yesterday I learned from the Indonesia speaker, he mentions on the case between the Malaysia and Indonesia. They submitted the case to the ICJ. It's a very typical example for the coastal state in the region. And so these are my first sharing on the importance of the UNCLOS. And the UNCLOS is also give the provisions to use the different procedure to settling peacefully the maritime dispute. For example, you mentioned on the arbitration in the South China Sea case. From my perspective, I think this is very important case. First, because it's for arbitration between the South China Sea claimant, it make the legal landscape in the South China Sea is more clearer, because first the ruling give the principle to generate the maritime zone. For example, they give the clarifying of Article 121, Article 3, so we can understand for the high tide feature in the South China Sea, especially in the Spratly, only generate the territorial sea. From the high tide in the Spratly, they cannot generate EEZ or continental shelf. I think it's very important point. Second, in the arbitral ruling, they mention also the historical rights. And if the Qatar state become the member state, the UNCLOS will supersede the historical right claims. So I think it's also the important contribution of the South China Sea case. And the last one I would like to share that in the South China Sea case, they mention also some explanation and conclusion regarding to the conduct of the parties, how to, for example, for law enforcement activities or for maritime environmental protection. This is a very important contribution from the arbitral in the South China Sea case.
Thank you very much. Going to Malaysia, again, I'm not doing this because you're the ASEAN chair and that I love Malaysia, but to be honest, sometimes like looking at Malaysia, like, you know, obviously Malaysia has a very good relationship with China. That's very obvious to all of us, whether it's Prime Minister Anwar, whether it's Prime Minister Mahathir. At the same time, I remember very well in 2019, I was in Hainan when the Shandong was launched. Suddenly, our Chinese friends were asking me, what is this all about? This is when you filed the extended continental shelf. And then the next thing you know, you have this three-way, you know, tussle with with Vietnam and China over the disputed, you know, this is the Petronas oil rig, West Capella. And then now, of course, you also have this positioning from Malaysia that, you know, let's not be xenophobic, let's not overemphasize or exaggerate. Basically, the argument I tend to hear more from Malaysia nowadays is that the situation is generally stable, right? And there's no need for external interference. I hope you sympathize with where I'm coming from. So for just some of us who are a bit confused with these many shades of positioning, is this the Malaysian way of coping with this challenge? Because I don't think you're also having any shortcoming in protecting your interests, whether it's energy exploration, protecting your position on the ground. I think Malaysia is doing a very good job from my perspective. But just for the purpose of our audience, what is really Malaysia's position on the South China and the 9-dash line issue?
So you are asking about what are the secret recipes, isn't it?
So secret after all.
Right. So first of all, thank you for your very provocative questions on how Malaysia deal the issues of South China Sea, especially with with the non-user state. On the diplomatic front, our policy is quite simple. We're friends to many, we're enemy to none. So we're friends to all the countries have a dispute in South China Sea, and also to the non-users, even with United States. And of course, we uphold the law of the sea conventions. And in terms of our claiming in the South China Sea, we have a Malaysian new map in 1979 maps. We claim within our 200 nautical mile based on the base point and baseline. And of course, I think we have submitted a joint extended continental shelf with Vietnam. Then we submit our baseline also with United Nations to give more transparency because South China Sea, the most affected is the state of Sabah and the state of Sarawak, because South China Sea is the lifeline for our economy, for oil and gas activities, our fishermen. So when we have engagement with all the parties, we have to uphold with the law of the sea. We knew our capability. Of course, with China, CCG, they are there every day because of the concept of freedom of navigation. It's not only China. There are other naval vessels around the globe because South China Sea now is the theater to interest. So we have to manage everybody. We have to manage conflicts. So far, I think, because of our diplomacy, we managed to avoid a conflict at sea. But I think that if we have more engagement with all the users, there will be a positive way to have a SOP or rules of procedure to make sure that who's at the ground, whether it's CCG, Coast Guard, there will be respect one and another. So I think it's not secret anymore. That is our policy. Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, this sounds very familiar to us. This, friends to all, enemy to none. Although I suggested that for our Department of Tourism because I felt that's more appropriate. Going back to the Philippines, this is the last part before we open up the question and answer. Because I want to understand what are the operational and feasible mechanisms we can look at in terms of cooperation, but also dealing with countries who act like enemies sometimes. I mean, you want to be friends with everyone, but you cannot be friends with people who act like enemies, right? So what are the mechanisms, maybe intra-regional and extra-regional or minilateral, rather, that we can develop in order to jointly preserve not only a rules-based, but also an UNCLOS-based international order? And next year, Philippines is going to be the ASEAN chair, so I think our position on the international stage is going to be much more prominent. What do you think, Attorney, on that front?
Yes, I think you're asking about what are the ways that this.
I mean, does code of conduct make sense? Should we go for a different version of code of conduct? Should we have an intra-regional code of conduct? Just to get it out, because the code of conduct we didn't mention so far yet.
Yeah, all right. So first, before I talk about the code of conduct, the South China Sea is considered as a semi-enclosed sea because it's surrounded by several coastal states. It lies south of China, west of the Philippines, east of Vietnam, and north of Brunei, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore. And so under UNCLOS, if a body of water is considered as a semi-enclosed sea under Article 123 of UNCLOS, then these states bordering the semi-enclosed sea are encouraged to cooperate with one another in the conservation and management of the natural resources of the semi-enclosed sea, in the taking of measures for the protection and preservation of the marine environment of this semi-enclosed sea, and in the conduct of marine scientific research. So there's really some areas for cooperation with respect to the South China Sea. It's just that these areas of cooperation, because of the current situation there, can only really apply to the area that is considered as the high seas in the South China Sea, in the middle, because for the Philippines, there is high seas in the middle of the South China Sea, because when all of these coastal states surrounding the South China Sea project their 200 nautical mile exclusive economic zone, there would be an area in the middle, which we call the donut hole, that represents the high seas, right? So everybody can fish there, etc. So for all of these states, they can cooperate with respect to that area. It's just that with respect to the West Philippine Sea, right, under UNCLOS, we consider that we have exclusive rights to all of the natural resources in the West Philippine Sea, that we have the exclusive jurisdiction with respect to the conduct of marine scientific research and with respect to the taking of measures to protect and preserve the marine environment. So in those areas, we need to balance how to cooperate so that we don't also impair our sovereign rights over that particular area. Now, with respect to the Code of Conduct, it's a mechanism for states to cooperate with one another. And of course, the contents of the Code of Conduct is not publicly available. They're trying very hard, I understand, in order to come up with a good Code of Conduct. And the Code of Conduct, in my understanding, is not meant to resolve any disputes. It's just meant to manage the area, right? But this can help, the Code of Conduct can help, but the danger there with respect to the Code of Conduct is it should not have provisions that would supervene the provisions of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea.
Okay,
Because
this is
UNCLOS
important, right? Because
yes.
people keep on saying we need a legally binding code of conduct. And I always say, be careful what you wish for, because if the legally binding version is in contravention of international law and UNCLOS, that's even worse than not having COC.
Because the UNCLOS is considered as the highest instrument, the constitution for the oceans, and so therefore your instrument, this code of conduct, must be consistent with UNCLOS. It cannot be higher than UNCLOS. It cannot supervene UNCLOS, supersede UNCLOS. It cannot have rules there that would, for example, impair the arbitral award or impair the right of the Philippines to have resort to the dispute settlement mechanisms under UNCLOS. So that's my view on COC and mechanisms for cooperation.
Before we go to our other guests, because they already have pre-existing mechanisms where I'm talking about delimitation between Malaysia and Vietnam, and should the Philippines move forward? I think we have a version with Indonesia towards the south, but speaking of the South China Sea, should we have a similar thing? I think we have already discussions, working group discussions with Vietnam, right? Should we go towards a kind of an Indonesia-Vietnam style of maritime delimitation mechanisms in the South China Sea? I'm sorry. Yeah.
With respect to delimitation, we do have an existing delimitation treaty with Indonesia with respect to our exclusive economic zones, not in the West Philippine Sea, but in the Celebes Sea. So there is a delimitation, there's a treaty on the boundary of our EEZ in the Celebes Sea. So delimitation is something that can be done, but only with respect to maritime zones that validly overlap with one another under UNCLOS. In the South China Sea, because if you remember, Richard, they mentioned about their extended continental shelves, right? Vietnam submitted its submission to the UN Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf in 2009, and its extended continental shelf, and Vietnam jointly with Malaysia also filed their submission to the CLCS on their extended continental shelf. And last year, the Philippines filed, last June of 2024, the Philippines submitted or filed its extended continental shelf claim with the UNCLCS also. So if you take a look at this extended continental shelves, in that donut hole that I'm talking about, there's actually a valid overlap between the extended continental shelves of Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. So what do you do? This is a valid overlap. So what do you do? Under Article 83 of UNCLOS, it requires that states should talk to one another in order to delimit their overlapping extended continental shelves. Based on the rules of the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf, the CLCS, it usually does not take cognizance of a submission where it overlaps with the submission of other states, because it places premium on negotiations and on delimitation talks among those concerned states. So under article, that would refer us to Article 83, which provides that states should talk to one another for the delimitation of their overlapping extended continental shelves. And in the meantime, if they cannot, if the negotiations are still ongoing, they can enter into provisional arrangements of a practical nature to manage the area. And if still they cannot agree on a delimitation agreement, then they can have resort to the different dispute settlement procedures.
Conciliation Commission, even? I mean,
well, there's several there. Under UNCLOS, arbitration, conciliation, it can be judicial settlement through ITLOS or the ICJ. So that's something, that's also another mechanism.
Thank you very much. I mean, obviously we can go on hours about this issue, but we're just giving a flavor of what to look forward for the rest of the day while you're sipping your coffee. And let's talk about Indonesia again. You know, a few years ago, Bakamla came with this idea of joint Coast Guard activities among relevant nations. I think that was a fantastic idea. Indonesia and a number of your top generals have been pushing for regularized joint military drills among ASEAN countries. You had someone is not happy with what I'm saying, but you know, Indonesia has been pushing on that front. But obviously the other important one from a legal standpoint is your maritime delimitation regime or agreement with our friends in Vietnam. How helpful do you think that is for the rest of the region, in spite of the fact that you're technically not a claimant to the South China Sea, and perhaps the other, you know, versions will have their own nuances and complications?
Okay, so how significant our, you know, practice or agreement on delimitation? I would say this is something one of the ultimate goals based on international law or UNCLOS. International law, aim to the order, aim to the clarity, and through delimitation and agreement, we have a very clear boundary with our neighboring states. With that, we cherish our bilateral relationship. We embrace our cooperation, and we, cooperate extensively rather than before. So I think that's very clear with Malaysia, with Philippines, for instance. Before, we don't have any specific cooperation on the area of fisheries. That's something that after the delimitation we have very clear, especially on the ground. And if I may comment and continue the discussion on the cooperation, because we have some views on this where we believe the existing and ongoing mechanisms, for instance, or process, including the COC, somehow in diplomacy, it's something that, perhaps looks nothing special, but there is no other option, no other way, unless to continue and to make a concrete progress. Through this dialogue or conference, we sometimes tend to really seek something different, something new, or let's even instant, achievement. But like or not, in diplomacy, sometimes it's something that really needs sometimes, the long process. But of course, we also very open and welcome with for instance, a new initiative or breakthrough, not only even in the ASEAN, but also which involve other or wider actors. For instance, I will mention specifically on the initiative of ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. I believe this is also offer a new approach how to, we have the same goals to maintain stability and peace, but we really need to find something new or breakthrough. That's why we come up, for instance, with the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific. I imagine that we come up with different angle how to address, to ensure, make sure this stability. Again, we already know that in the international relation, in diplomacy, peace and stability is something that we cannot take it for granted. We clearly cannot see this, what is peace and what stability, but only through, serious efforts, through ASEAN, through this kind of cooperation, we really can maintain this. Lastly, I want also to add another, I believe, potential breakthrough channel or avenue. This is ASEAN Maritime Outlook. This is a very early, I believe, 2 years ago, but this is very potential how we use these modalities to be more expand. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dr. Nguyen, from Vietnam's perspective, I understand Philippines and Vietnam, we have been in several rounds of conversations, technical working groups, potentially we're looking at maritime delimitation. But aside from that, what is your understanding of ASEAN centrality? Is that more aspirational? How do we effectuate that? Because I think if there's one thing that Vietnam has been consistent about is this non-alignment, right? Making sure that ASEAN preserves its strategic autonomy, and because that is central to your own national security doctrine, the Four No's doctrine. So what is your take on this? How do we preserve ASEAN centrality, and how important are these maritime delimitation regimes in creating the foundations for a more UNCLOS-based order in this part of the world?
Thank you for your question. First of all, I would like to share my thoughts. I think that ASEAN centrality is very important, and I learned yesterday in the keynote speech, the keynote speaker mentioned a lot on the ASEAN centrality, and I think it's also the point by consensus by the other ASEAN state members. And I think it should be distinguished between maritime delimitation and ASEAN centrality in this question. To resolve the disagreement, it should, I think we have to make clear the nature of the disagreement and this dispute. For the question of the bilateral disagreement, I think it should be resolved by the bilateral level, For example, the other panel mentioned on the delimitation between Vietnam and Indonesia, of the question of the maritime delimitation of the continental shelf. We reached the agreement in 2003, and we completed maritime delimitation in the EEZ in 2022. And for the other country, for example, Vietnam is signed. I think it's one of the countries signed the most the maritime delimitation with neighbor countries. For example, with China, in the Gulf of Tonkin, we signed maritime delimitation in the Gulf of Tonkin, and we signed the maritime delimitation with Thailand in the Gulf of Thailand. So I think these are bilateral questions, and the country should use the bilateral mechanism to resolve this kind. But we can think with broadly perspective for the question of the multilateral nature, because you mentioned the South China Sea is the shared by the other coastal states. And I think for the multilateral question, we should bring to the maybe the ASEAN-led mechanism like COC is one kind of one option to dispute management. And we have also ARF, EAS for the question related to the South China Sea stability or prosperity is also the mechanism. And I would like to ask here, because the colleague from the Philippines, she said that in the South China Sea will have an area should be considered as a high sea, and one of the window of opportunity for the ASEAN country think in the future is a BBNJ, because today we talk about we focus on UNCLOS, but UNCLOS is the umbrella. And with UNCLOS, we have the 3 implementing agreements. Two agreements enter into force is the agreement related to the implementing the Part 11 and the UN Fish Stock Agreement. And the new is the BBNJ Treaty, and it is waiting for the entry in 34 if the international reach 60 ratification. So in case the BBNJ will enter the force, I think it will be the window of opportunity for the ASEAN country to cooperate, because in the BBNJ there are a lot of provisions for the developed country for the environmental impact assessment or the capacity building, transfer of technology. So I think it's a very promising opportunity of cooperation.
Yeah, thank you for that. I can see already names they're popping up already with many questions coming in. Last but not the least, Malaysia, again, as the ASEAN chair. What are we hoping to achieve this year as far as the ASEAN chairmanship is concerned in terms of concrete efforts? Are we expecting some breakthrough on the code of conduct, or breakthrough by ASEAN standards of breakthrough of code of conduct? What are we looking at within this year?
It's a very high expectations from others, ASEAN member states. Of course, as a chair of ASEAN meeting this year, I think we're going to continue our efforts to make sure that this region peace and stability. And of course, maritime security, South China Sea will remain the most interest, not only ASEAN member states, but also our ASEAN partners. And of course, I think there are many ways to solve the problem, but it's not today. It can take time. And related to COC, of course, Malaysia as the country coordinator for ASEAN China from 2024 until July 2027, we try our level best with the support of the ASEAN member state to conclude the COC. And of course, I think the most basic principle in whatever maritime security issues is you must have a clear demarcation line. Because with the line, so everybody understand where you are, what you have to do, And this is where I think in the South China Sea, there is still unresolved EEZ and continental shelf. I'm not a legal practitioner. I'm more on at the ground. And this is where I think Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, we have to resolve our EEZ and continental shelf line. Then after that, we can discuss on the donut theory. Because the donut theory introduced by the Ambassador Hashim Jalal from Indonesia. And of course, once we have a clear demarcations, then it's easier for all the maritime security, maritime safety, marine scientific research, whatever activities at sea. So this is where I think we have to put a timeline. I would like to propose that within 5 years, we can conclude all the maritime boundaries in South China Sea, or can be less than that, with cooperation and negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you for that, and of course, our hearts with the family of the Jalal family, our good friends, Dino, among others there. Well, I mean, speaking of patience, obviously, maybe climate change will solve all our problems in the next 10, 20 years at the rate we're going. So we have a lot of questions. I'll try to cover as much as possible. I saw at least 3 or 4 popping up right away. So can we get 4 questions first? We go by batches. Please keep it as short as possible. You're more than welcome to have your tussle on the sidelines or in other panels when we're going to have more specific discussions. So first I'll go with Mr. Sulaiman, and then with Ma'am Vitog, and then I think I see Yaqub there, Rahman, and then Mr. Tariela. Let's go here, and then I'll go there at the back. There are also a couple of people I can see there. Mr. Sulaiman, can we go first?
Thank you very much. I'm just going to give some thought or experiment for all of you candidates. First thing I want to say is like, why don't we do like what Shakespeare wants to do? Like the first thing we do is kill off the lawyers. Basically, just get rid of the UNCLOS. It seems to me like, that the only way to solve the conflict here is to kill UNCLOS. Because why? Because like under Duterte, he didn't give a damn about UNCLOS, and the Philippines and China relations seems to be fine. And same thing with Indonesia and Malaysia and Vietnam. Every time they make agreement with China, they just bypass UNCLOS. Like Pabo made joint statement last year about but let's do some work on the dispute area, and nobody mentioned about UNCLOS. Or like the faulty tower thing, don't mention about war, and same thing here. Like, don't mention about UNCLOS. Malaysia got their fishing exploration thing in South China Sea, and Vietnam also got their stuff. They got investment in South China Sea. So why don't we just ignore UNCLOS? Just say it doesn't exist, just bury it, and nobody cares anyway. And I don't know like what happened with code of conduct, but I don't think it will be signed in my lifetime.
Yeah, I think President Duterte from the ICC detention can share his views on this. Because to be honest, I think sometimes he spoke for himself rather than the rest of the country. I can attest to that. Marites Vitog, as someone who wrote a whole book on the UNCLOS and arbitration case, do you have a violent reaction to that violent reaction to our panel discussion?
Yeah, this question is for Mr. Bin Ishaq. You've set forth a very concrete proposal for claimant countries to resolve their EEZs within 5 years. So has this been brought to, how do you go about working on this? Is it bilateral? Do you bring it to ASEAN, or do you go to each country like Philippines, Vietnam, I think, are willing to do this? Philippines, Malaysia, there's a sensitive issue, which is for another forum. And Philippines, Brunei, I think have already had a maritime cooperation agreement. But how do you really operationalize this? Because this is one concrete proposal that we can work on. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Yaqub, and I'll have Commodore Tariela, and the next round we'll have Professor De Castro and some folks at the back. Yes, Yaqub.
So my question relates to Malaysian magic formula with China. So I understand from Malaysian officials that work with PMX that Malaysia and China have come to an informal, unwritten agreement to manage the overlapping claim, and it has worked for now. So my questions to the panel, beside UNCLOS, do you think informal, unwritten mechanism to manage overlapping claims in the South China Sea with China can work? Thank you.
Thank you. And Commodore Tariela, just to wrap up this round of questions.
Thank you, Richard. I have a question for our Vietnamese and Indonesian panelists. This is in relation with a statement of our Malaysian speaker, noting that the incursion of the Chinese Coast Guard within their own exclusive economic zone, in particular in Lukunya Shoal, is a recognition of freedom of navigation. So I would like to ask to our Indonesian and Vietnamese speaker, whether do you also recognize this as for China exercising freedom of navigation, considering the China Coast Guard also encroached the exclusive economic zone of Vietnam and also enters Natuna Island at some point? Secondly, I would also like to relate this question as to how your government see the U.S. Freedom of Navigation Patrol. Is it something that is escalatory and aggressive, or again, in anchored with the same statement of the Malaysian, U.S. is just exercising a freedom of navigation? Thank you.
Maybe we can go from the reverse order. Mr. Binishak, can we start with you? Because you seem to be a crowd favorite.
There are many questions on the Malaysia's views on the South China Sea. The first one is then on the UNCLOS. Of course, there are many proposals, many ideas to solve a problem. But we believe that UNCLOS is still the relevant legal framework, whether it's a bilateral meeting or multilaterals. So in the negotiation on boundaries, I think both parties, like Malaysia and Indonesia, we are using a legal and technical aspect of the UNCLOS. At the end, if we deadlock, will be a political solution. So political solutions beyond UNCLOS. But at the early stage, we need to use UNCLOS as a framework, because we are living in the same planet. We are not living in the jungle that people who are strong can do whatever they do. So we believe that UNCLOS remain relevant in dispute on the rights and responsibility. So I think ASEAN, we will continue to use UNCLOS as our framework in negotiation or whatsoever. The second one is on my proposal. It just came last night because on the bilateral agreement, of course, in South China Sea, we have exclusive EEZ with Indonesia still unresolved, with Vietnam, continental shelf and EEZ, and of course with Philippines, continental shelf and EEZ. So the best way is to have a bilateral meeting first. But we need to conclude all, not a certain segment. Once we conclude all the maritime boundaries, EEZ, continental shelf in the south of China Sea, then we can see the high seas. Where is the high seas? Because high seas is beyond than 200 nautical miles. And of course, our stand is that we are using single maritime boundaries. Because EEZ, continental shelf, they are referring to the same baseline and base point. What are unique in ASEAN, because we have archipelagic state, we have Indonesia and Philippines archipelagic state, we have coastal states that are using not normal baseline, straight baseline, like Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, Vietnamese, we are using a straight baseline. And of course, when we are negotiate, we have to take into consideration equitable solutions. Now it is going to have more jargon on on the law of the sea. So on the third question is the what is this? Because there's too many questions on Malaysia. Perhaps
should we fire the lawyers? I mean,
I mean, let the lawyers give the feedback.
Yeah, we can skip that.
Thank you. I'll answer only two first, then I'll go back. Okay, thank you.
Definitely. For our director for international law from Vietnam, do you think we should fire lawyers and forget about UNCLOS? Is that the way forward?
Thank you for giving me a job. So I will first, I thank you for the questions and follow up the proposal by Mr. Hamza. You give the deadline of 5 years for earlier. This is only my own perspective. I think in practice, sometimes it is a challenging um, job because we are not negotiators and we do not understanding what is going on the table. And yesterday, a colleague from Indonesia, they give the example between the Vietnam and Indonesia. And it took 20 years for the maritime delimitation in EEZ, in continental shelf. And it took a long time for Vietnam and Indonesia to reach agreement to complete the maritime delimitation in the EEZ 2 years ago. So I think the timeline is depend on the table. This is my short comment. And I received two questions. One question from Mr. J. Yes, and regarding to the questions of freedom of navigation and of flight, I think the UNCLOS, as I highlighted before, is the constitutions for all the countries to take the action at sea. And regarding to the freedom of navigation, the coastal state shall respect the freedom of navigation and of the flight. However, in case the other country under the name of the freedom of navigation do the action violating the sovereign right and jurisdiction of the coastal state, we will have a voice against this kind of the freedom of navigation with the activities against the sovereign right and jurisdiction of the countries. That is my understanding on the Vietnamese perspective on the freedom of navigation. And I think for the question from the audience regarding to the informal mechanism for the ASEAN countries and China to work on the South China Sea, I think now there are different working groups between between ASEAN and China. For example, regarding to the DOC implementation or COC negotiation, I think it is still the good mechanism to keep the dialogue between the ASEAN and the China. And for if you ask me what is the kind of suggestion for the informal mechanism, I think track 1.5 or track 2 is also a good option because we can understanding the different positions of the countries and narrow down the gaps between the understanding through dialogue via the track 2 or track 1.5 is also my suggestion. Yeah, thank you.
Do you think that lawyers should be fired or something? I was expecting you guys to make a defensive response there. And the importance of the U.S. freedom of navigation, how important it is for external actors, quote unquote, to play that role, considering, let's be honest, the extreme asymmetry of conventional power in this part of the world. Let's just be honest.
Okay, thank you, Richard. It's not advisable to do away with UNCLOS, right? I mean, our Malaysian panelists said there are many ways to manage a problem, and of course, one of those ways is to talk to one another, negotiate with one another. But when you talk to one another, there should be some ground rules, right? I mean, first you need to know, is there really a valid overlap? For you to determine if there is a valid overlap, you would need UNCLOS for that. Because, for example, with respect to the question of, I think there's one question on delimitation with respect to, in relation to China. China's 9-9 overlaps with almost or encroaches on the maritime zones of coastal states surrounding the South China Sea. But that overlap is not a valid overlap. You don't do delimitation agreement with a country whose claim is not consistent with UNCLOS. So you need, before you negotiate, you need some ground rules. And the ground rules you can find in the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. With respect to the freedom of navigation operations of the U.S., this freedom of the high seas applies not just to the high seas in the middle of the South China Sea, but it also applies to the exclusive economic zone, because the exclusive economic zone is a sui generis zone. Although all of the resources there belong to the coastal state, the vessels of other states actually have freedom of navigation because the waters of the EEZ are considered as international waters.
Although some of the warships, US warships, went within 12 nautical miles of some of this, some would say artificial features, which have no business being there,
see.
right? There's also
Yeah.
that dimension.
Yeah, with respect to Mischief Reef, for example, which is called Panganiban Reef locally, that's a low tide elevation within about 125 nautical miles from the archipelagic baselines of the Philippines. So the waters of the Mischief Reef form part of the EEZ of the Philippines, and the submerged land area forms part of the continental shelf of the Philippines. So if the U.S. passes through Mischief Reef, that's freedom of navigation in the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines with respect to its passage within 12 nautical miles of any of the high tide features there, because high tide features there are defined as rocks. Under UNCLOS, they have a 12 nautical mile territorial sea. If it passes through within 12 nautical mile, that's still in accordance with UNCLOS and in international law called the right of innocent passage. So the right of innocent passage applies to vessels of all states. It does not distinguish between warships and commercial vessels. So that's still consistent with UNCLOS.
And the Indonesian perspective?
Okay, thank you. I think I also would like to respond to several questions raised by the floor. For instance, first about the UNCLOS itself, where just want to add that I think other speakers already discussed it very clearly, that it seems UNCLOS is the fact, and you know, this is the idea how we uphold and respect the consensus, the agreement where hundreds of countries already, you know, negotiated for a very long time. But I also share your view in the sense where UNCLOS is nothing where we not implement it effectively. You know, we know that we already have UNCLOS, but still the situation, especially on the ground, is not ideal, even far from ideal. Can we imagine that if we don't have UNCLOS, what will happen? I can imagine I believe this will be worse. But that's only the entrance. The idea is the more important is how we implement it. Of course, in implementing it, we still have the different interpretation or approach. But still, again, this is something that our common share homework that we need to find out and work on the ground. And then I also like to respond one more thing with respect to the case of the incursion or the incident or situation on the ground. I will not, you know, speak on very specific case or specific location as mentioned, for instance, in the Scarborough Shoal or other area, but I will, you know, direct to the case where our region, Indonesia, in the Natuna Sea again, where we share boundary with Vietnam and Malaysia. We also face, perhaps not exactly the same, but situation where vessel from other countries, whether neighbor or other, you know, external actor came, and then we know that the UNCLOS applies there, where we have freedom of navigation because this is the EZ or continental shelf, and then what they do there, we closely monitor. We have our high-rank official from Bakamla here, where on daily basis they are on the ground with also Navy and other agencies. We really see what they you know, do there, whether it's also consistent with international law or not. And of course, there is a clear response if there is an incident, not only to one country, but you know, all countries. Of course, with the neighbor countries as Malaysia and Vietnam, we have a very spatial coordination, you know, on the ground. And interestingly, we also face this situation not only in the maritime area, but also in the air. So basically, we have a clear stance on this based on international law. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few minutes for just before we wrap it up. One more round. I'll go first, Professor De Castro, and then Ms. Lee, and is it Mr. Him? Sorry, I'm like taking him. Okay. Please, Professor De Castro. And Miss Yu, of course, Dr. Yu.
Yes. One of the realities we face when we look at the South China Sea dispute, of course, is the raging great power competitions. We see it, of course, in a way when we look at U.S. freedom of navigation operation. They're part, of course, of U.S. effort to basically impress upon China that you have to take into account U.S. naval power. Chinese creation of artificial islands and their militarization is supposed to be China's reaction to the presence, of course, of the U.S. 7th Fleet in the South China Sea. Is there a way for us to use or rely on international law in general and UNCLOS in particular to at least mitigate the great power competition when it comes to the South China Sea dispute? I don't think we could totally isolate the South China Sea dispute from great power competition, but hopefully we could at least insulate, certain portion of that, this dispute from, the ongoing dynamics between the United States and China. So I just want to hear your opinion regarding what will be the role of international law in at least managing the dispute in the South China Sea in the face of great power competition.
Thank you so much. So I have this question addressed to Mr. Bin Ishak. To be there, in the sea for the freedom of navigation is different from to be there for exercising the freedom of navigation or the settlement. So what is your take on that, not as Malaysia as a claimant state, but as the ASEAN chairman? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, we still have Mr. Him and then...
Thank you. Him, that's my Executive Director of the Cambodian Center for Regional Studies. Thank you, the organizer, for kindly inviting me. I have two short questions, but before entering, I just want to say that international law, such as UNCLOS, is very important. It provides international framework for states to settle disputes peacefully and to negotiate differences. Walking away from it would be a mistake for many ASEAN countries who generally are smaller states. So I have two questions to all panelists who want to venture. The first one is talking about the COC. Should the COC fail, or reach the conclusion but with not satisfaction to many ASEAN claimant states, or the ultimate COC would be unenforceable? What would be the next step for ASEAN claimant and ASEAN in general to do vis-a-vis the international law, UNCLOS? Other way that ASEAN can do. The second one, with regard to UNCLOS in general, so far the concept of historical rights have not been defined properly. What your comment on this? Should ASEAN states work together to form to push for international advisory opinion on codify or defining historical rights, which is one of the bases that cause some legal problem in the context of South China Sea nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you. So quite a continuity from the enforcement to the mitigation dimension of the UNCLOS. Last one, Dr.
Thank you. I'm Tricia from the University of Nottingham, Malaysia. So my question actually sits quite well with this set of questions. First, I just wanted to say that I think we're discussing South China Sea, but it escapes nobody's attention that the escalation of what's happening here is simultaneous with the US-China trade war and what's happening in DC as well. So on the one hand, Southeast Asia is being forced or obliged to maintain closer ties to China while this trade war is taking place. While on the other hand, what we're also seeing is this increasing pressure for Southeast Asia as well to stand its ground on its maritime territory. So I had 2 points I think I wanted to make. So the first point was a question, what the end game would be for us as a region, and specifically the Philippines because of its more firm stance and position, were China not to budge from its 9-dash line position? So what is the end game here? And secondly, again, I'm typically more involved in these sorts of dialogues on trade and not so much on the maritime, but really good to be here to learn. Could there not be an ASEAN-wide strategy if China were to require Southeast Asia during this time of the trade war to put South China Sea as a negotiating tool? So ASEAN actually takes the position of, if we want closer ties with trade, then South China Sea must be resolved within a certain time frame, because ultimately we're in the same geographical neighborhood. This may go beyond this particular panel, but I'm trying to think bigger picture. Thank you very much.
Definitely, we have other panels that will specifically look at dispute resolution, ASEAN, centrality, among other things. So maybe those questions were very much relevant to the upcoming panels. But to the degree that we can say in maybe 30 seconds, each of you, if we can make a response to some of the issues raised, enforcement. Is UNCLOS even relevant when there are questions of enforcement? Or at the very least, could it mitigate great power competition? Very short responses would be appreciated from each of our panelists.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with respect to how the international system works, how states actually act on the international plane, international law is just one of those factors that govern their actions, right? For small states like the Philippines, international law is a refuge. It protects us. But for great powers, sometimes they do away with some of the rules. So I think for the great powers, they need to understand that for the international system to actually work, all of their actions should be based on good faith, that they should comply with their obligations in good faith, right? So that the international system can properly work. So just to respect their obligations in good faith.
So keep the lawyers, definitely. From the Indonesian perspective.
Thank you so much. I will try to be as concise as possible. First, about the great major power rivalry and UNCLOS. What I understand, since the negotiation of UNCLOS, the rivalry always become the environment and until now. And our task is more on the, of course, the provision of UNCLOS is not very specific, but our task is to translate. For instance, as mentioned by Attorney Fetty about Article 123, and we already, I believe, we, for instance, have the workshop and then the regional South China Sea workshop, but we need more than that. And then the second one, my point is about the COC, because how significant, of course, we already mentioned that COC more on the conflict prevention or dispute management. And we also need the territorial issues to be resolved. And in this respect, on the delimitation, Indonesia highlights the importance of dual regime of dual line between EZ and continental shelf. Lastly, I believe the participant from, I believe there is a question about the prevention management in UNCLOS. I believe the Article 15, for instance, and other provision on maritime delimitation is one of the forms to prevent the dispute or conflict itself through negotiation. Thank you.
I have only 30 seconds to answer the last round of questions. Regarding to the question by Professor De Castro, from the legal expert perspective, I do agree with my colleague from the Philippines. International law should be comply in a good faith. So I think maybe the great power rivalry is now in the South China Sea is a setting ground for the rule of law. But the UNCLOS and the rules by order should be complied in the good faith. These are the questions for Professor De Castro. Regarding the questions of the COC, I think from the audience, I think yes, maybe COC negotiation is a lot of obstacles of the regarding to the substance of and the component there, a lot of the disagreement. But I think we need to keep hope, because the COC negotiation is still the dialogue between the ASEAN and China to give a way how to manage well the dispute in the region. And the second question, I think, because I hear not well, but you mentioned on the advisory opinion. And I think it's, yes, the advisory opinion is one of the functions by the ICJ or the UNCLOS, and advisory opinion is not legally binding as the judgment or the arbitral ruling, but it still have to play the important role to clarify the law and contributing to the development of the law of the sea. For example, for the advisory opinion by the UNCLOS last May in 2024, this is very important and landmark advisory opinion to give the responsibility of the country to fight the climate change. And the climate change is also the non-traditional threat in the region in the South China Sea. I think it's very important. And for the trade and war, as Mr. Yon asking, I think Mr. Hamya can help me because you have from the strategic level. Thank you.
That will be more than 30 seconds. 2 points. The first one is the UNCLOS provide all a framework for governing law of the sea, whether you are small states, middle power, or superpower. Second one, in the freedom of navigation. On the freedom of navigation, FONOPS, you have to exercise in accordance to the law of the sea, not as an excuse to be in other maritime zone to conduct military activities, search and rescue, survey, and whatsoever. So, again, UNCLOS is the main, our solution for all the maritime issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. You know, the running joke about the Holy Roman Empire was that it was neither holy nor Roman, nor really an empire. And sometimes we wondered if that's also applying to the international rules-based order. Thanks to your cautiously optimistic take, it looks like there's more currency to the rules-based international order, particularly the UNCLOS-based international order. So with that, I think we have awakened everyone enough for even more interesting panels to come. So let's give a round of applause and show that we're awakened by this beautiful panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Once again, a warm round of applause to our panelists. Also, we will be having a photo opportunity. Once again, a warm round of applause to our panelists for this morning. And we will be having a 10-minute break before we proceed to our next session. So to our panelists for the second session, to prepare for our next discussion. Thank you. Good morning, sirs and ma'ams, ladies and gentlemen, once again. In just a few moments, we'll begin our second session, so we kindly ask everyone to begin making their way inside the hall as we are about to start our second session. Thank you. Once again, sirs and ma'ams, you may now proceed to your respective seats and begin to settle down as we are about to start our second session shortly. Thank you. Once again, reminding everyone to please proceed to your respective seats as we are about to start our second session. Our CIS and Associate Professor of International Security at Tokyo International University. He is joined by the following experts: Professor Dr. Titian Pongsu Dirak, Senior Fellow, ISIS, Thailand; Dr. Chien Ping Hu, Founder, East Asian IR Caucus; Dr. Colin Ko, Associate Professor, Nanyang Technological University; and Mr. Don McLean Hill, Lecturer, De La Salle University. Let's welcome our speakers for panel 2. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right. Good morning, everyone. So we are obviously standing in between your lunch and this panel, so we would like to end maybe earlier than planned. Nevertheless, we will be talking about ASEAN mechanisms in this panel. I know that Richard talked a little bit or discussed a little bit with our panelists on the roles of ASEAN, but maybe we can begin with, so this is a little bit different because we want to involve you in the conversations more directly, all right? So you can see the QR code there, and I think our staff is also circulating the QR code. That's under live polling. So there will be some questions, and all you need to do is to use your phone as a clicker. And then that will allow our panelists here to maybe understand your own views, and then we can jumpstart the conversations. But let me begin by asking perhaps our panelists about their perspectives on the role of ASEAN in promoting maritime security cooperation, because there are some in the region, obviously, viewing ASEAN as just structurally infirm in providing some sort of a platform or mechanism to resolve disputes, to manage disputes in accordance with international law. So maybe I can ask our panelists, what are their thoughts about the role of ASEAN in promoting maritime security cooperation in the region, and link to that your views regarding the Code of Conduct negotiation that has been ongoing for a very long time. I think since the time when many of us here weren't born yet. They are still talking about the COC now. So maybe I can begin with Professor Titian, and he's from Thailand, so obviously not a claimant state, so we can probably expect a very objective answer. Sir.
detached but engaged answer. Thank you very much. I think that COC is a saga. And someone said that it might outlast its lifetime. I'm not sure it'll be that long. I think that it's been overtaken by events. South China Sea, I think that the problem we have basically is the a kind of a quasi rules-based arrangement that has been blatantly violated, and we're here to talk about how that can be rectified. And it is difficult. I think the basis of the case is very clear from the previous panel, 2016. The arbitral tribunal was very clear in its decision against China and South China Sea, what China's been doing. In fact, the South China Sea, is really the inflection point where the U.S.-China relations turned sour. If you think about it, 25 years ago, U.S.-China were very close. U.S. supported China to enter the WTO. 2013, coinciding with President Xi Jinping's rise, he came to office in 2012. 2013, he launched the Belt and Road Initiative. Remember that? And then China started to build rocks and reefs and build these artificial islands, rocks and reefs into artificial islands. And then President Xi Jinping said China would not weaponize them, but they did. And this became a problem. 2013, 14, 15. And after that, we had, the U.S. phone ops and then all this tension. And then I think this is really the descent of the U.S.-China relationship. So the COC for ASEAN, ASEAN's been divided and ineffectual. I think impotent on a range of issues. And I'll just take you across the South China Sea to mainland Southeast Asia, where we have a similar situation around the Mekong River. The Mekong River, it involves China upstream and then downstream, Laos, Thailand, Myanmar, but also especially Cambodia and Vietnam. Vietnam is at the end of it. So this 11 big major upstream dams that China has unilaterally built without consultation, without any cooperation with the downstream countries, have adversely affected the downstream countries, right? So there's no management framework for these issues. So China has been doing this analogous to the South China Sea in a way. The problem that we have in mainland, I think, also in the maritime, is that the ASEAN member states, the ASEAN countries involved, are not united. So they do for example, in mainland, right? So China built upstream dams to the detriment of downstream countries. And this affects like 60 million people in Cambodia and Vietnam and Laos. But Laos also built dams. Thailand also built a few dams. And then Cambodia also built dams. I think Vietnam also want to build dams. So this undermines the ASEAN case against China on the Mekong. I'm thinking of the first session this morning that in the South China Sea, if the other claimant countries can stand united on what China is doing, then I think that would make a much more convincing, compelling case vis-a-vis China. For ASEAN itself, I think the COC is a saga. It goes back to the DOC, and we can keep talking about this. I don't think there will be an agreement. I think that there's been a lot of foot dragging, kicking the can down the road, and it's been overtaken by events, and especially U.S.-China conflict. So I think this U.S.-China conflict will determine a lot of what will happen in the South China Sea. If the Trump administration, backs off, if they make a grand bargain with China, then we have to really watch out, because that will lead to a U.S. Pullback from the region. But I think that's unlikely. I think the conflict will intensify, and then this is a time where the claimant states of ASEAN would have to exercise some leverage vis-a-vis U.S. and China to try to safeguard their interests, and those interests would have to be much more aligned. I see the ASEAN divisions very dangerous time for ASEAN, because it's been overtaken, it's been bypassed, overpassed, circumvented, divided on U.S.-China, on Myanmar coup and civil war, divided on Russian-Ukraine, Israel, and now the Trump tariffs are going to further divide ASEAN, because they'll be differentiated and there'll be a baseline. So I think for this today, what we should be thinking about, we know the problem. China is basically taking over the South China Sea and weaponizing it. But what to do about that, I think ASEAN really has to close ranks, and this will require some serious structural institutional reforms of ASEAN and how it works. And we can talk about that later on if you like.
Dr. Ping?
Thank you so much. So I concur with Ajahn Pongsudirak about how we need to actually promote more intra-ASEAN consultation because it is due to those differences in our national priority that the COC negotiation and also our maritime security cooperation has been maintained the same way it is for the past few decades. The adoption of DOC was supposed to be the way for us to explore further cooperation. However, when we started the negotiation, we found out that just like how mainland Southeast Asian built their own dam over their own national interests and China's reluctant to consult or cooperate with the mainland Southeast Asian countries, the same way because of China insisted on their historical rights. And for the ASEAN member states, we insisted on our sovereign rights over the overlapping claims. So the deadlock that we witness right now was also prolonged due to the COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. So I think earlier on they have the ASEAN-China South China Sea dialogue. So I asked my friend, how is it? So they said, well, China was supposed to implement when they agreed in 2019 for the ongoing negotiation. So the pandemic saved China from further implementing on their side of the bargain. So what we need to do now is to restart the commitment to commit to this negotiation process. However, I think for all claimant states, the issue is whether it will be a non-binding or a binding agreement. So at first, we all want it to be more binding, and China was reluctant. I think they are still reluctant until today. However, there is a shift in the position. Now, China wants it to be more binding because if it is being finalized, then it kind of like allow them to institutionalize their claim in a way if we allow the certain, the current modus operandi to go on. So as for us, we hope that ASEAN member states' position can be more aligned. We need to bridge the gap between the mainland Southeast Asia and maritime Southeast Asia. We should go that first. And for each ASEAN member state, we need to conduct multiple stakeholder consultation within our country. There is a whole of government position, there is a whole of society position, then we can have the whole of nation position. So not only from the governmental agencies, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Defense, Transportation, but also from the academia, think tank, and also marine scientific researchers. So why the previous session and last night, BBNJ, the marine biological biodiversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction is so important is because it matters to our marine environment. And China is also moving towards that direction because when you look at the scientific journals, Chinese researchers are the top, have the most number of publications in that area. So we need to perhaps use that opportunity to persuade China to work with the ASEAN member state to proceed with the non-sensitive area, the so-called non-sensitive area, but to conduct research in the on our marine biology is actually highly sensitive as well because it involves whether our Coast Guard will be there to help monitor the activities, and also because BBNJ covers areas beyond national jurisdiction. So I think we need to start to pay attention to this area as well. Thank you.
Colin?
Hello. Hi, Jeff, thanks so much. And allow me to thank the organizer for having me here. I will just build on my fellow panelists' points. I fully agree. I just want to add a little bit more. On maritime security, we should look at maritime security cooperation in two dimensions. One is talking about practical security cooperation. So that refers to, for example, joint development, exploration, and also we talk about things like tackling common security threats in the maritime domain. The other dimension refers to confidence and security building measures. So very often we tend to conflate maritime security cooperation without necessarily looking at how different these two sub-dimensions are and the different types of requirements that entail. And that segues for me into looking at intra-ASEAN maritime security cooperation. I think there is established decades-long habit of maritime security cooperation between ASEAN countries. And most of them took place on a bilateral basis, and they actually helped to form the basis for subsequent improvement in the way intra-ASEAN maritime security cooperation was being conducted. For example, the promulgation of the Malacca Straits Patrol, and then subsequently the Sulu Sea Trilateral Cooperative Arrangement, which was based on the Malacca Straits Patrol framework. So there is such record of intra-ASEAN maritime security cooperation, which subsequently also helped to build confidence, and I believe that also helped to subsequently build confidence enough to reach a point where some of the ASEAN member states were able to reach political settlement on some of their overlapping maritime zone issues. For example, the case of Indonesia and Vietnam and whatnot. So I think if we are talking about intra-ASEAN, I think there is a lot of optimism on that. Plus also the fact that compared to say 20 years ago or so, the situation when it comes to interactions of maritime forces amongst ASEAN member states were pretty much stable, under control, and you don't hear such news as water cannoning and boat ramming and all that. That is a completely different story when it comes to South China Sea, and that's where I thought the discussion on the COC is very salient. Now, China is a decisive factor, as many of you may agree, because without China, there will be a conclusion that having a code of conduct in the South China Sea is near to meaningless. But at the same time, it is also a disruptive factor. Right? If it chooses to drag its feet, then there will be no progress whatsoever. So very much, it is largely led by China, even though I think some of our fellow ASEAN member states will disagree to say that because of ASEAN centrality, ASEAN was the one leading the entire process. I tend to see that the other way around. So for the COC to work, I think I will refer you to the 2018 Single Draft Negotiating Text. For those of you who might have seen a copy of it, you'll find that there is a huge gulf of difference in priorities when it comes to driving maritime security cooperation. There are much more proposals when it comes to promoting practical security cooperation, but very, very scant proposals when it comes to promoting confidence and security building, which what I see should be the most important part that should be focused on. But there is no lack of proposal when it comes to say things like aeronautical search and rescue cooperation, fishery cooperation, but when it comes to things like promoting CSBMs, right, which is meant to moderate behavior of maritime forces in the area, that is where I believe we sort of fall short. We need to focus more on that. Every year I run a course in my school, and for the course I run a simulation on negotiating the COC, and I reach the same sobering conclusion that we can't go very far beyond talking about practical security cooperation, and there is a tendency to kick the can down the road when it comes to CSBM. What I believe we need to do is we need to really focus more seriously on this particular aspect. It is okay to talk about practical security cooperation, but without CSBMs, I don't think we could go very far in actually implementing the practical security cooperation itself. And one important thing that I believe might come out in our discussion, in my concluding remark here, is how do we define the term called militarization? I think this is something that we have to start to look into it seriously, and if we have to deal with it at the track 2 level first, I think we should try to do that. Thank you so much.
Don?
Thank you very much, Dr. Jeffrey, for this, and of course the organizers for this opportunity. It's such an honor to be here among distinguished guests. When we talk about ASEAN Maritime Security Cooperation, and I think that I'd like to begin by pointing out to what the objective of ASEAN or Southeast Asian Maritime Security Cooperation is. And that is alluding to the point that, in fact, Professor De Castro has noted earlier on, is to insulate ASEAN not just because or from the internal issues that the region faces, but more importantly, the structural issues. You have an expansionist China on one hand, you have an overarching power competition with the US on the other, and more importantly, as the region, as we call the Indo-Pacific, transitions deeper into multipolarity, there will be more of these challenges in affecting how Southeast Asian countries are able to manage and calculate their various security interests and objectives in the long term. Now, another thing that I'd like to point to, I think my co-panelists have argued quite well on the nuances of the COC and, of course, other aspects of that, but I'd like to be a little bit more holistic in looking at Southeast Asian maritime cooperation. One of the challenges is how we frame, and even from the region itself, how maritime security cooperation is looked at within ASEAN, right? And we see that, in fact, while there are mechanisms at play, it is often seen in a way that focuses merely on threat perception. And that is understandably not going to be a rallying factor for enhancing Southeast Asian maritime security cooperation. For us, for instance, in the Philippines, the threats we face in the West Philippine Sea within the Greater South China Sea are much more existential than others. And of course, there are other issues involved that lead to larger and more pressing challenges. However, there is, of course, a common interest. Rather than looking at shared degrees of threat perception, there is in fact a shared degree of interest to keep the various maritime zones of Southeast Asia in accordance to international law, rules-based, as we say. So going beyond the South China Sea issue, you have the issue on the Gulf of Thailand. You have the issue of the Seleucia Sea to the south. And of course, in addition to that, you have Laos, for instance, despite being a mainland Southeast Asian country, also is well sensitive to the sea lines of communication where it benefits from. And in addition to that, we also have other aspects, particularly the maritime choke points of Southeast Asia, and of course the Mekong River issue. And these zones have in fact a large chance of being weaponized, and many of them are being weaponized because of the clear asymmetry in power, which my co-panelists have mentioned. So eventually, when we look into Southeast Asian maritime security cooperation from the basis of shared interest, then we see more practical options in this in ways that become less controversial, particularly for external observers. Now, when we look into, for instance, the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, there are clear guidelines in order to promote ASEAN, intra-ASEAN, holistic maritime security cooperation. But the problem is that it is not significantly operationalized because that requires, on one hand, political will. And on the other hand, of course, the ability to frame and to create proper institutional processes to ensure continuity in this regard. So what we saw, for instance, under the chairmanship of Indonesia, the first joint ASEAN maritime security exercise, that was a step forward. But the thing is, this needs to be institutionalized to the point that it becomes consistent with how ASEAN eventually endeavors to enhance its maritime security cooperation. We are also looking to factors that also bind other countries with one another. At the core of it would be confidence building, interoperability, capacity building, and of course sharing of information. Now, the idea here is to socialize such factors to ensure that it becomes a norm when it comes to how ASEAN engages with one another. But of course, there are challenges. Going back to the COC issue, the asymmetry of power, particularly how China continues to try to monopolize the conversation when it comes to how engagements in the greater South China Sea are conducted, is of course a problem. We already have enough proof to show that Southeast Asian countries are more than willing to address their overlapping issues. The previous panel before us already enumerated a number of these successes regardless of how long it took. Now, there are opportunities, but the problem is that when there is a particular country that eventually throws a wrench, and that becomes problematic as well. So eventually, how does maritime security cooperation work in this regard? We need to improve confidence building among the countries of the region to ensure that at least we have set guidelines for ourselves regarding how we seek to engage on our shared maritime zones. Now, this is not necessarily to eventually to resolve it, but not immediately. But for each and every Southeast Asian country to have a say about the maritime zones within our home is very important. And this should not be seen as interference. Again, this is again to reorient the direction of how we view interference as, but merely this is ASEAN upholding the regulations that are stipulated in the TAC, in the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, that calls for the protection and security of international law. And if someone breaks international law, it is a responsibility of all Southeast Asian countries to hold that country into account. So in that regard, this is how we eventually have to do it. But of course, it's not going to be easy, and it would require a lot of socialization, and time is of the essence, but ASEAN has shown that eventually critical issues could be socialized. The AOIP was initially frowned upon by many Southeast Asian countries until it was adopted in 2019. So eventually, that is the way to go.
All right. So, excellent framing remarks there. I'm going to press you on some of the points that you've raised. But before that, maybe we can ask our audience to please scan the code. And we are going to know what exactly our other participants are thinking regarding this issue. So, question. When do you expect the China-ASEAN Code of Conduct to be completed? A very straightforward question. So, you can see the result on the screen. Let's wait for a few more seconds and let everyone vote. So, seems like maybe in a decade is trying to catch up with will never be completed, but all right, so let's turn back to our panelists, and then I'm going to press you on some of the issues that you've raised. First, I want you to react to this. Does the result surprise you? And then let me just ask specific questions to each of you. Dawn, you talked about, Dawn and Colin, I think there was a point about China being the driving force behind it and the major determinant of the COC negotiation. My question is, do you think China is not negotiating in good faith? And so if that is the case, what should be the next step for ASEAN given the notion that it's not negotiating in good faith? And Professor Titinan, you talked about perhaps introducing institutional reforms to the organization. And I assume you mean the ASEAN way of doing things, in particular consensus-based approach decision-making, which is really perhaps making the organization infirm in dealing with high-stakes, sensitive security issues. So I wonder, how realistic is it to introduce structural reforms to the organization? If I may, I think ASEAN is a microcosm of the United Nations. Just like the United Nations is so difficult to reform, what do you think are the chances of ASEAN being reformed? And to Ping, you talked about the seeming contradiction between history and international law. Do you think there is a conflict between history, which is obviously the main argument of China, and international law? Or you think that is just propaganda and that China actually has no basis or historical basis, and that's, so those are some of the points, but please respond to the poll, and then give some few points, or few things on the things that I've asked. Thank you. Maybe we can start from Dawn and Colin, and then take it from there.
Thank you, Dr. Jeff. And well, first of all, to react to this, I think it's not surprising. In fact, I think a decade is still quite generous. But if we look into, if we look into the dynamics of the COC negotiations, of course, we could clearly see, and you've asked particularly on China. We could clearly see that since 2008, in particular, China has constantly endeavored to have a stronger grasp of the Western Pacific in its entirety. But obviously, the locus of power stems within the maritime Southeast Asia, East Asia region. And clearly, we see that since 2008, along with the increase in its military expenditures, modernization, technological advancements, there's also been a consistent drive to ensure that it has the capacity to eventually enforce a de facto regional exclusionary policy, particularly for the greater South China Sea. And there's no surprise in that, as everything is quite visible. It's not even trying to hide it anymore. So in that regard, we can clearly see that the issue lies in the lack of willingness to manage its expansionist ambitions, particularly in the maritime domain. And we see this push, in fact, broaden. Earlier this year, we have also seen evidences of China trying to replicate what it has been doing in the South China Sea along within the exclusive economic zone of South Korea. So
in short,
yeah.
China is not negotiating in good faith?
Well, in that regard, clearly, it does not want to negotiate in a way that would, decrease its already expanding reach in the region. So that's a difficult question.
Colin?
Thank you. First of all, I'll respond to the poll. Again, not surprising, but the silver lining you can see from this is that if it is not completed and it is forever a process, then it might actually not be a bad thing after all. Meaning that, can you imagine the eventual product? Do you want ultimately a product that will fail at the first instance? Or would you prefer that we just keep talking and every year we keep patting our back and we keep convincing ourselves that we could reach something, but at least that sustains some form of dialogue and hope, right? So, I mean, that's just my philosophical way of looking at this result. I mean, you don't have to be too sad or pessimistic about it, but this is something we can see. But, Jeff, to your question, I will just be very straightforward. I don't think China is negotiating in good faith. And I think I could share some empirics as an observer to back it up. Okay, until the promulgation or the release of the arbitral award in 2016, we saw China dragging its feet when it comes to the code of conduct itself. It was after the promulgation of the award itself, then China started to have a change of mind for a few reasons. One is, firstly, there is a need to try to position China as a constructive actor after having been dealt a huge blow to its international image when it comes to the provisions of that particular award that came out. It wasn't rosy for China at all. So there is a need to position China as a constructive player more than anything else. That's one. Second is, by then, most of the key construction activities were done. What will be required will be just simply to spruce up those existing fortifications. So what we are looking into is post-2016, it is no longer about island construction, it's about militarization of those features itself. Thirdly, going to China's narrative about, Asians can resolve Asian problems. So this fits into that narrative, and it also serves the dual purpose of excluding external players as well. So I don't think China is negotiating in good faith. It chose to push for negotiation, or it chose to set its agenda according to what is expedient to its interests. And let me just be very frank about this. If the COC fails, the ones who are going to suffer the most isn't going to be China, because it has already changed the facts on the ground. It will just have to keep going business as usual to what it's doing. But the ones who are going to be left behind clearing the mess will be ASEAN member states, because we have to start to answer to everyone whether ASEAN has failed again. And it all adds into our dubious track record of ASEAN being a talk shop more than anything else. Thank you.
All right, I don't want to turn this into a China bashing panel. So if there is anyone in the room who thinks that China is actually negotiating in good faith, please raise your hand. And yes, sir. Professor De Castro.
Yeah, because China is negotiating good faith because it believes it owns the South China Sea. So it's under that basis of good faith. Just look at the 10-dash line. So from China's perspective, I'm negotiating good faith because I own the South China Sea.
All right, anyone else? Yahoo?
A Chinese official once told me, China and ASEAN are brothers, there's no problem. The only problem is because there's a third party.
And we can talk about that third party later when we bring in the question on the activities of user states in the South China Sea. But first, maybe you can turn to Ping.
So I'm not a legal expert, but because UNCLOS have ambiguity when it comes to historical waters and historical rights. And for the legal team in China, they argue based on how they understand UNCLOS. So this is a long-standing problem. We each interpret UNCLOS in our own national interests. So this is why, as the question here, the poll show that it would never be completed because China would not let go of their claim based on historical rights. So I think this is the type of problem if we allow for more multilateral dialogue, but I can imagine that a group of lawyers in the room representing their own countries, I think they will argue until the end of time.
Professor Titinan?
I would pitch it or encapsulate it in a similar way that Professor Renato has just mentioned, that it would be good faith if on China's terms. So I think the results of the quick survey makes a lot of sense. I mean, basically you have, completion in the first three categories, and they come down to, fewer than never be completed. But you can think of it this way. Completion means COC on China's terms. And that means capitulation and submission by the ASEAN claimant states. So if you look at COC negotiations, I mean, the whole trend, the way it has been, the assumption here is that China will have its way or there will be no way. So if it's China's way, there will be completion. If it's not China's way, there will not be completion. So I think the distinction is very clear. So for the participants who voted that it will never be completed, they're basically voting, in my view, that the ASEAN claimant states will stand their ground. They will stick to their collective, pooled, their sovereignty from different states, different member states. But the ones that say that it can be completed, my view would be that this means that it will go China's way, which means, and it impinges on the U.S.-China conflict. It could be that China will overcome the U.S. or the U.S.-China conflict will reach a grand bargain whereby China will have its way in the region. And the rules base, by the way, has been further weakened by the U.S. own actions and subversion of what we've seen as rules base.
All right, thank you so much. Building on that, there are at least 23 experts in the room believing that the COC will be completed in the next 10 years. All right, so assuming, for the sake of argument, that the COC is indeed completed, the Code of Conduct would, first, effectively promote adherence to international law, or be so watered down with no specific obligations that it would have no effect whatsoever on the situation in the South China Sea. So, please vote. All right, so we are not going to ask our panelists their reaction because I think they've provided their reaction already, but there is an intervention from Admiral Trindad. Sir?
Yes, thank you, Jeff. Just a word of caution, pardon me for saying this, to the ASEAN region. The first question was the code of conduct. After having been involved in the communist insurgency for the past 6 decades, the armed forces of the Philippines has learned that peace talks will always be part and parcel of the lines of effort of the communist insurgents to forward the armed struggle. In the Southeast Asian region, talks for a code of conduct will also be used to further push the agenda of the Chinese Communist Party. And the second question, if ever there would be one, it would be watered down, that it will not be effective, and another round of talks will be put into motion to come up with a better code of conduct. So we are all being taken into a ride. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So given the overwhelming pessimistic view of everyone in the room, maybe let's turn back to ASEAN and ask ourselves, is ASEAN still relevant in Southeast Asian maritime security affairs, or it's no longer relevant moving forward? So you have 3 options there. So it's cut, but the first option there is yes, still relevant and important. The second question is relevant only in promoting cooperation in terms of soft issues, for example, search and rescue operations, things that are not controversial, probably fisheries cooperation, but not necessarily in terms of hard security. So, all right, so maybe I can turn to our panel if they have any last thoughts regarding ASEAN, ASEAN processes, ASEAN mechanisms vis-a-vis maritime security in Southeast Asia. So, Ping, maybe we can start with you.
I think ASEAN is a very important talk shop, so many problems need to be spoken and being talked over. In terms of relevance, we need to pay attention to ASEAN platform and mechanisms that are effective so far. So for example, the ADMN and ADMN Plus. So this is where the substantive discussion and practical cooperation has been carried out. So I think we need to continue to invest in them. And perhaps we also need to make ASEAN Maritime Security Forum, ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, and also other maritime related collaborative issue to be institutionalized within ASEAN Secretariat. So you will be surprised to find that ASEAN Coast Guard Forum is not part of ASEAN Secretariat. So the regional Coast Guard has been trying to persuade the ASEAN Secretariat to make it institutionalized. So far they have been only be able to convene meetings among the senior commandants of each national Coast Guard. So there is a will among the regional Coast Guard to make it further institutionalized. So it is now up to the Secretariat to do their part.
All right, so many of you have alluded to confidence-building measures, right? And Ping, you've mentioned a lot of those confidence-building measures. But let me just go back, since this is an ASEAN-related panel. When the ASEAN Regional Forum was originally conceptualized, there was this notion of ladderized or step-by-step process whereby you start with confidence-building measures. Once confidence and trust are built, you move forward towards preventive diplomacy, meaning trying to freeze the dispute, not do anything to expand the dispute. And once that's done, you move forward to the next step, which is dispute resolution. I think it has been over, 3 decades since the ARF was founded. We are still talking about confidence-building measures and nothing on the other 2 steps. So what are your thoughts on that? Maybe I can start with Titinan.
It's interesting, the survey results. I like this. It's very interactive, and it's not surprising. I think that if we did this 20 years ago, 31 years ago, the red color bar would be much higher. If you did 20 years ago with the ARF, 31 years, and then 20 years ago with the EAS, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, so 2005 and then 2010 ADMM, so 15 years ago, you see a lot more responses in the upper, still relevant, important. If we do this 5 years, 10 years from now, I think we'll get, at this rate, more irrelevant votes. So I think the kind of reforms what we are talking about, I think we know the issues and the problem and what needs to be done. I think how to go about that requires deep institutional reforms of how ASEAN works. So I think China will do everything that it can to make sure that ASEAN is off balance, off-footed, weak, and divided. So I think ASEAN itself has to respond by finding new modalities and coming up with new ways of doing things, not the old ASEAN way anymore. I think that's pretty much moot. It makes ASEAN irrelevant. So, for example, the ASEAN Secretary General should no longer be alphabetical. Should be the best person for the job, for example. Should not last 5 years, maybe 3 years. There should be a variable geometry, for example. So on, maybe ASEAN 5, original 5 plus, or different multi-track kind of ASEAN on maritime. If you have maritime issues that involve Laos, you're not going to have any consensus because of China. And Laos, of course, is dependent on China. And that might go for Cambodia. So this would be pretty much very disruptive and kind of shaken. It would shaken us into its core foundations. But in order to move forward, these are the kinds of issues, the kinds of reforms we would have to start thinking about. How to make ASEAN work again in different ways on different issues. And on maritime, I think, the main ASEAN claimant states need to align. They need to lead ASEAN, and the rest of ASEAN can sign on or not sign on, but that becomes the ASEAN position.
Colin? Thank you, Jeff. The first two responses go neck to neck, and I think that reflects very much the realities of ASEAN or Southeast Asia. I look at this question from a more nuanced perspective, because you are talking about ASEAN as an institutional bloc, right? But as all of us here will know, ASEAN is made up of essentially 10 different member states, and each of them having their own national context to consider, their own national interests and how they define their threat perceptions, and of course, even when it comes to prioritizing what type of maritime security threat and how they allocate resources differ from one to the other. So if we look at ASEAN being a bloc to resolve or tackle maritime security threats, then I think it's important to note that ASEAN as a platform is useful when it comes to promoting dialogue and using that as a way to share best practices, and also using that as a platform to promote bilateral and even minilateral discussion. I think this is what ASEAN found itself useful when it comes to eventually the promulgation of the Malacca Straits Patrol and the Sulu Sea TCA as well. So I think that is one structural constraint that we have to bear in mind. And that also means that having cooperation on traditional security issues will become close to very difficult, because there's all these very sensitive aspects of cooperating in, say, war-fighting type of, security agenda, and we still have some residual lack of trust within ASEAN. I mean, we have come a long way since the early 1990s till now. We have improved a lot on that front, but there is still residual trust. And if you don't want to use the word mistrust, then I think there is also some level of mutual envy or mutual jealousies, especially when it comes to maritime security cooperation. I think the more practical way to look at it is that whenever we talk about cooperation, right, then we go down to what we call the common denominator of cooperation. You need to have the agenda that suits everyone's needs and interests. And one of those parameters was the capacities or capabilities that were available to each and every of these ASEAN member states. So if you don't have the leveling of these capabilities, then very often we find that coming in the way of promoting more meaningful maritime security cooperation. So I think it has to go concurrent. You still have to have dialogues at the ASEAN level, but if you want to promote more intra-ASEAN maritime security cooperation, both at the bilateral, minilateral, or even multilateral level, then I think you need to focus a lot on capacity building efforts as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Colin. Don?
Thank you, Dr. Jeff. And yeah, the results are very much clear. It is one of those questions that definitely result in an answer that means yes and no. Yes, because in the long term, it is unlikely to have any other substitute to ASEAN-led mechanisms. That's a reality. However, when it comes to promoting the interests of Southeast Asian states towards the maritime domain, there are several limitations that we could think of at the top of our heads. One of the most pertinent issues would be, yes, ASEAN does have a lot of instruments, a lot of mechanisms, a lot of projects, but are they really up to date? Are they really acting based on their particular mandates? So the lack of having a comprehensive regular review of these mechanisms, of these projects, end up derailing the actual capacity that ASEAN may eventually have. So the lack of a thorough, regular, frequent review is in fact one of the key determinants of the success of ASEAN mechanisms for Southeast Asian states. Second, of course, is the need for reform. Now, reform is one of the scariest words when it comes to ASEAN bureaucracy, given, of course, the process that it takes for reform. You have to have a meeting for something, to have a meeting for something, to eventually have a meeting to reform. But eventually, it is necessary. It is a necessary thing to do, especially when we have threats and challenges that clearly overlap the three major pillars of what ASEAN is talking about. And as Dr. Collins mentioned, you know, yes, traditional security issues are difficult, but today you have traditional security issues that deeply intersect with non-traditional security issues. China's bearing and its establishment of its so-called de facto presence within Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone is derailing the Philippines' food security interests, energy security interests. So there are clear overlaps, and there needs to be a thorough review of what is considered security. And the very last point is, of course, to look beyond what is already there. And of course, this would require thinking about the new domain, cyber, outer space, promoting a space agency, for instance, that would be able to monitor fish stocks across the region. So there are opportunities.
Okay, so speaking of looking beyond, maybe we can look beyond ASEAN, because it seems like ASEAN member states have started to really look past ASEAN and engage external players. So to that point, ASEAN centrality. That is the abstraction that I don't like, but nevertheless, if you look at the statements of foreign ministries all throughout Southeast Asia, ASEAN centrality is still seen as important by its members. So the next question is going to be related to that, which is, what is your view of external actors? And I put that in quotation because I know some of you would argue those are not external actors. But I mean the United States, Japan, Australia, France, Germany, for example. They have activities, cooperative activities with Southeast Asian states in promoting freedom of navigation and maritime security broadly speaking. For example, the Philippines has engaged multiple partners in conducting multilateral cooperative activity. Obviously, the United Nations is engaged in unilateral freedom of navigation operations. What are your views on this? Do you think that these activities increase tension and unnecessarily provoke China? Or do you think that those activities are needed to promote adherence to international law? Or you think those activities have no bearing whatsoever on the situation in the South China Sea? But of course, I understand if you probably are not familiar with freedom navigation operations or maritime cooperative activities that are conducted in the South China Sea. All right. So maybe some quick thoughts from Attorney Silva, who seems to be reluctant to raise his hand. Just very quick intervention, if you have.
Just three thoughts. Number one, as you noted, the word external actors is a problematic term because they are in fact user states, and because these are global commons, there are no external actors to what are in fact global commons.
Knew it. That's why it's in a close quotation.
And the lines of navigation. Number two, it is really, their cooperation is not only for freedom of navigation, but also for programmatic issues such as, for example, the implementation of marine protected areas, the support for even ASEAN-led and ASEAN-centric initiatives such as the Coral Triangle Initiative and others. So it is not only the freedom of navigation, which is really a very securitized issue, but also things that benefit the regional public good, basically.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to just move ahead with the last question, and then I'm going to ask the reactions of our panelists, and then we can have a free-flowing discussion with everyone since we only have roughly 15, 20 minutes left. The next question is related to a centerpiece policy of the Philippines vis-a-vis the South China Sea, which is transparency. All right? There are a lot of distractors, or those people who believe that the transparency policy is actually unnecessarily provoking China, but what are your views? Do you think the transparency initiative worsens the situation and makes China more aggressive? Do you think it decreases tension because it sort of discourages China from further aggression or deters China from pushing the envelope? Or you think it has no impact on China's coercive or aggressive operations? All right, so while the results are coming in, let me just turn to our participants who have patiently been waiting. Ashura, I can see your placard or your table tent up, and also Supriyanto, and him. So, and also Justin, of course. So let's begin with Ashura. Very quickly, please.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks as well to the panelists for sharing your insights. I really wanted to develop Colin's comment on the priority to develop trust prior to further enhancing cooperation within maritime security. I think this really does bring us to the story of the chicken and the egg. Quite foundationally, does operational cooperation build trust, or is trust a precondition to cooperation? I'd like to direct your attention towards the outcome of unilateralism within our region, where we need to ask ourselves, has unilateralism become a trust-building exercise or an operational fallacy? Upon resolving operational priorities, such as in the MSP or the TCA, how do we maintain the operational relevance of these frameworks after their utility expires? And if we decide that these unilaterals are no longer effective and no longer serve their function, how can we transfer the trust capital that has been built within these frameworks towards other areas of coordination? Do we retain the same players, the structure of coordination, or the issue areas? Thanks very much.
Thanks, Ashura. Supriyanto?
Thank you. Just two quick questions. Number one is whenever we talk about DOC implementation and COC negotiation, I think we like to refer to the term status quo. We need to maintain status quo. We need not to change status quo. But again, perhaps this is another term that is very loaded. We have to define what status quo means, especially for the COC now. It's already in the third reading. What kind of status quo are we talking about? Perhaps you can elaborate on this aspect. And secondly, I think I like the last point about the need to strengthen intra-ASEAN defense and military cooperation. I think it is about time that ASEAN move beyond regional resilience narrative and into a regional defense narrative. And we know have a mechanism, you said IDMM plus, right? But I think there is, this is my sense, IDMM plus has gone far ahead in terms of joint military exercises than the IDMM dimension. Why do you think this is the case, and why is that priority being placed more on the dialogue partners than the ASEAN, fellow ASEAN member states themselves? Thank you.
Excellent questions and interventions. I think we have our friend from Cambodia.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. I have two short questions and 4 suggestions on how to advance ASEAN Maritime Security agenda. First, to the question, my first question is to Professor Thitinan. I totally agree with you regarding ASEAN needs more institutional reform. So, sir, I would like to ask what kind of reform that we focus on right now, immediately. Should ASEAN Charter be reviewed and reformed, especially on the enforcement and compliance clauses? And should TAC be reviewed? And should consensus and non-interference principle be revisited? So this is to Professor Thitinan. Second question is to Colin. I like your point on 10 countries with 10 different contexts. So in this, I would like to ask how to balance national interest and regional interest in ASEAN. On the suggestion, I will be very quick. The 4 suggestions to move forward the ASEAN maritime security. The first one is on maritime security cooperation. It is important to keep ASEAN dialogue partner engaged collectively and individually, and we have to enhance more security cooperation with them. That's the first one. On the security front, more intra-ASEAN cooperation between ASEAN 10 should be enhanced on maritime security. We can start among few ASEAN countries first, and we don't have to do everything 10. We can start on a country that feel that it's good, and then expand the whole ASEAN later. The third suggestion is there should be more coordinating mechanism in ASEAN, especially on specific issue, not a general issue, specific issue related to South China Sea, including international law aspects, maritime, marine diversity, fishing, environmental protection. And last one, on COC, I listened attentively to the discussion this morning. If China is such a major factor in hindering progress in COC, why don't ASEAN start negotiate its own COC within ASEAN member and adopt its own COC first? So this way, ASEAN 10 can have their own code of conduct.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Justin?
Thank you. My question is for Dr. Ping and to Colin. How would the other Southeast Asian states, apart from the Philippines, understand or operationalize its definition of non-interference, particularly because the criticism lately has been that the Philippines has been veering too close to the U.S., but the Philippines views it differently, right? But what exactly do these ASEAN member states think of defense diplomacy? Because, of course, it's very normal to have some level of defense diplomacy with other countries, but in clear terms, what is the floor or like a ceiling in terms of the cooperation that ASEAN member states would like to see from the Philippines vis-a-vis external actors? That's one. And then secondly, how do you think this idea of ASEAN centrality sort of conflicts or needs to be deconflicted with the idea that it's the sovereign right of individual ASEAN member states to actually choose to engage countries it wishes to and have these military cooperation activities within our own sovereign territory, right? So those two things. Thank you.
Thanks, Justin. Our last two from Yusek Lopez and Professor Yo. So Yusek Lopez.
Thank you very much. My point here is actually it's not about what China will do, because we should recognize that the present government of China will not change its perspective. So meaning the point here of exposing the bad behavior of China is to let the world know. So let the world know what they're doing and to expose to them what the disinformation China is doing or sending out, what the lies of China are espousing, and even the lies of China is controlling the information space. So that's where that's where the transparency initiative is working well for the Philippines, exposing the bad behavior and telling the world what China is doing as against ours. We are trying to come up with factual, truthful narratives as against disinformation and lies being espoused by China. Thank you.
All right, Professor Yo.
Thank you. My question is to Professor Titinan. I was quite intrigued by this whole idea that the ASEAN project needs to be reinstitutionalized, and I think you mentioned a couple of ways how to do this. My question is, what do you make of this concept of ASEAN minus X? So in order for select few countries within ASEAN to move forward and be effective, that seems to be the only way forward. But then how does this derail ASEAN as a whole? The long-term prospects of ASEAN, does it live to the expectation of a talk shop? And also reflecting on Dr. Collins' comments earlier that ASEAN has been important as far as dialogue is concerned, and perhaps that is the singular achievement, right? That at least the countries are speaking to each other. Perhaps the dialogue is the objective. But this ASEAN minus X concept, I mean, what does the panel make of it? Thank you.
All right, so a lot of questions there to unpack. Maybe we can turn to our panelists. We have about 15 minutes or 10 minutes. So, yes, so we have 10 minutes. So if you can keep your remarks short, and then maybe we can have one round of questions, and then we'll have lunch. So maybe we can start with Colin this time.
Thank you so much for the questions and comments. Okay, to first address the question about how to balance between national and regional interests, allow me to quickly run through the origins of the Malacca Straits Patrol, right? If assuming that regional interests precede national interests, then we will have long seen the promulgation of the patrol right at the very beginning. It wasn't until there was the potential threat of external interference to police the waterway, and more importantly, the bottom line, which is Lloyd's classification of the waterway as a high-risk war zone. And that started to get everyone acting. So everyone is essentially acting on national interests. And you could interpret it more generously by saying that it's also for regional interests, because everyone's economies are all interdependent to each other. So if marine shipping insurance is going to have a hit on one country's economy, then it's going to have a knockdown effect on the other. So you can look at it from that perspective. But it also presents a nuance when it comes to balancing your national and regional interests, because the lines could be blurred in this case. So this is my quick response to you. I have no quick answer. This is the best answer to be given by each and every ASEAN member state more than anything else. Okay. On the how other Southeast Asian countries operationalize non-interference, the good question from Justin. I'll address that quickly. I think there is an unspoken but clearly recognized view within ASEAN that individual ASEAN member states engaging in its own defense and security engagements with other powers, other parties, is entirely a sovereign prerogative, right? And I think this was played out also in the case of China's proposal when it comes to, the role of extra-regional parties conducting joint exercises with ASEAN member states. That was reflected in the SDNT for the Code of Conduct. And my understanding is there was pushback against such a proposal. So I don't think there is a sort of a clear limit as to that, but I guess as the way ASEAN usually works is always by common principles more than anything else. And within that principles, you play around with the freedom of your interpretation of it, and we try to minimize so-called inconveniences to each other. So in the case of the Philippines, I've yet to hear anyone seriously criticizing the Philippines for having its closer defense and security ties with extra-regional parties like US or European countries, even though there is still definitely going to be the understandable concern that such cooperation might potentially lead to increasing tension. I don't see that as necessarily criticizing the Philippines, but I see that as more of trying to caution all parties to be prudent about it. Thank you.
All right, Don?
Thank you. I'd actually like to take this moment to briefly magnify on Undersecretary Lopez's remarks. In fact, very important when we talk about the transparency aspect. We have to first understand what the challenge is. If we look into China's activities, for instance, it is not confined to the physical space. Along with its provocations of physically trying to militarize key areas within the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone, and of course barring fishermen from it, it also has this objective of creating internal discord, particularly through an approach that would eventually try to weaken the political system from within. And this is not an isolated case. If we look into what took place in the southern Pacific areas, if we look at what takes place in the western Indian Ocean, this is not a new approach, but rather a continuation of such patterns that have actually led to the destabilization of national governments. And because of this particular transparency element that the Philippines continues to incorporate, this is very important, and we have seen clear evidences of pushback against malign operations within the country to ensure more stability. And that is very important. So I'd like to quickly end it by saying that a Philippine approach with a transparency element is much more effective and significant than an approach without it. Thank you.
All right. Professor Titinan?
First, a quick reaction to these results. I think the orange row, very interesting, and the blue row, they seem to contradict, right? I mean, you have a lot of tension, and then the orange row says, you know, transparency decreases tension, but it doesn't because it has no impact. So they still have the belligerents. Transparency is a tool, or you could say response, or even a weapon of the weaker side. And I think that, you know, we've seen from afar, I think it does have impact. There were some questions, I just want to address a couple on the ADMM, the dialogue partners. Why do they do more within the ADMM context and on the platform than the ASEAN member states? A couple of reasons. I think the ASEAN member states, especially the maritime member states, should do a lot more together, should lead the ADMM process. But in fact, the dialogue partners do more. And partly because the dialogue partners want to do those things without, they don't have a broker for it, or a bridge for it. So I think the ADMM serves that purpose very well. And in fact, the ADMM does a lot of programmatic, practicable work programs that should be expanded and continued. On the ASEAN reforms, I mean, you know, we're talking more and more about it more often. And it's like talking about a UN reform. It doesn't take place. But I think for ASEAN reform, it's more promising because I think ASEAN can do something about it. So the answer is all of the above, right? The ASEAN Charter, all the whole way of thinking about ASEAN. I don't think it's ASEAN minus X. I think that's passé. Remember that ASEAN, as we know it, has only been around since 1999, right? When Cambodia joined. And ASEAN, for a long time, was just the ASEAN Original Five until 1984. In 1995, Vietnam was in. 1997 was Burma, Myanmar, and Laos. So ASEAN is only 26 years old, the way that we have understood ASEAN. The minus X was the initial response to the expansion. I think now we have to think about, I mean, I think that the ASEAN Original Five plus X, not the ASEAN as we know it, minus X, but the Original Five plus X could get a lot more done. But I think the point is that the ASEAN 10 is no longer what we understand it to be. I have written some articles about the end of ASEAN as we know it being the Myanmar coup and civil war that takes Myanmar out of action, out of commission. Myanmar is not included in the ASEAN summits anymore. So ASEAN, as we understand, is no longer the case. So I think it's regional 5 plus X.
All right, so original 5 plus X rather than ASEAN 10 minus X. So, Ping, and then we'll take one question from our young leader back there, Lee. Ping.
Okay, so very quickly, I think to build trust, we also need to build trust among the different government agencies as well. So another story from the Malaysian side on the MSP is actually our Navy have to persuade the government the importance of making it work. So that's one example. And also the fact that each ASEAN member state have maritime exercise with external partners rather than we selectively have maritime exercise with our closest neighbors, but not the other ASEAN member states. So there's many layers and multiple track of trust building channel that we should think about. And next one is about the type of reform that we should see at the ASEAN level. I seriously think ASEAN Political Security Directorate need to consider some issues that need to move past the status quo situation or the non-interference principle, because the security problems has become so dire that we need to work together rather than not talking about or facing those problems. And the next one about, I really agree with Mr. Lopez about China tries to control the information space in the maritime domain. So I think to jointly enhance our maritime domain awareness within ASEAN framework is very, very important. As for the transparency initiative, I think it should be done selectively rather than full exposure, because I was surprised by the question result, the poll result here have no impact of China's because actually they are quite angry, they are very frustrated, and they actually, in response to Philippines' transparency initiative, China is going to normalize confrontation with Philippine Coast Guard. And from my personal perspective, I don't think this is a good trajectory for us to work on. Malaysia did expose China when they first maintained long-term presence in our Luconia show. And also they used the tourist identity to visit our Swallow Reef and our other features. And thereby we enhance our security measures, such as requirement for application before allowing foreign tourists to visit our occupied features. So I think there are so many layers that we need to consider, and I would like to hear from young leader and what kind of question they have.
Ping and I started, I think, as young leaders, so we value the voices of our young leaders here in the room. We're still young, but please.
Thank you so much. So I have this question addressed to Ajahn Kitinan. We mentioned a lot about reframe of ASEAN, and ASEAN has established, like, in the midst of great power rivalry, whether it is between the US and USSR or between US and China, and we have moved forward many decades with the concept of ASEAN centrality. Sometimes it might be the best option, but sometimes it is ineffective. So in the future, moving forward, do you think the concept of ASEAN centrality or currently is still relevant, or do we need a reform? Thank you.
One more, Isa.
Thank you so much. I have two questions, but due to the interest of time, our panelists can just answer one of them. So the first one is, given the persistent challenges, what are the most significant internal limitations of the ASEAN way that need to be overcome to advance the maritime security agenda? And then the second one, given the challenges, what constitutes a realistic and achievable outcome for ASEAN's efforts to promote the rule of law in the South China Sea in the next, perhaps, let's say, 3 to 5 or 5 to 10 years? Thank you.
All right. So, Professor Titinan.
For ASEAN centrality to regain its footing and to become a force to reckon with again for modality of working around the region. The ASEAN way has to be reformed. You mentioned the, back in the Cold War and the current situation. There's something to it if you think about it. ASEAN was divided back in the Cold War. Indochina, regional 5, and now it's divided again because of U.S. and China. So you can think of it this way: when the major powers, are at peace, relative peace, and in relative balance, that's when ASEAN does well, right, over the last 35 years. Does well as a buffer among the major powers, as a bridge between them, and as a broker for them. But when the major powers are in conflict, like we're seeing now, ASEAN's divided. And to bridge that division, we need the reform. And the reform runs the gamut. I think it has to be a holistic approach, a very strong, very assertive approach. It's not just piecemeal, one here, one there, but a whole way of thinking about ASEAN.
Is leadership necessary, you think, for that reform to...
Leadership is absolutely necessary. I mean, if you think about how ASEAN was formed to begin with, right? It was the role of the individual leaders, and in Thailand at that time, foreign minister, and from Philippines, Malaysia, and along the way, the leaders were more aligned, had more in common. I mean, they used to do things together. And so now I think the leaders are very disparate, different generations, but that can all be, I think, addressed if we have a mindset of changing things, of reforming to make it work again.
All right. So maybe because we are running out of time, any one of you who wants to chime in and maybe offer your last thoughts? Or are we all good? Colin?
I was young before, that's why I hope if I'm a young leader, my question will be answered. Okay. I'm very tempted to say that the most serious challenge is the consensus-based approach when it comes to ASEAN way. The idea of consensus is very clear-cut. That is a basis of why we are all glued together. You take that away, then it is impossible to practically push for ASEAN to even hold together, not to mention to even advance on things. So I'm very tempted to actually talk about consensus as the greatest challenge, because that pulls us apart when it comes to dealing with issues like the South China Sea. But at the same time, one will argue that if you have consensus, that might not necessarily be good for us as well. It might lead to more downstream issues than we could imagine. When it comes to the other question about the next 5 to 10 years, I would think ASEAN might want to focus on promoting rule of law than the term called rules-based order. I think rule of law is something that is probably more universal and acceptable to ASEAN member states. But the challenge here is that we have divergences when it comes to even our interpretation of UNCLOS. So I think this is something that will require in the next 5, 10 years, if we want to promote more cooperation, we need to come together, have a frank discussion, and hopefully we could harmonize our national approaches on that. Thank you.
The good thing about emphasis on UNCLOS is that all 10 member states of ASEAN, I think, have ratified the convention. But that's not to say that the convention is the be-all and end-all of things, that it can resolve everything. But I think the value of rule-based or rule of law or international law or the Law of the Sea Convention is it can serve as as Attorney Pretty said, a guidebook, right? Through which to identify whether claims are legitimate or disputes are legitimate. If my 200 nautical mile EEZ is overlapping with your 200 nautical mile EEZ, we have a dispute, that is a legitimate dispute. But if my 200 nautical mile EEZ is overlapping with your lines that are not based on international law, then that does not allow compromise and cooperation. And I think the bottom line is, the good thing is that in ASEAN, I think there is a consensus. Every member state has ratified the convention. So with that, a little bit positive note, we can have our lunch. And thank you so much to our panelists.
To our panelists, please stay on stage for the photo opportunity. Once again, a warm round of applause to our panelists. We now break for lunch and please return by 1:45 p.m. for panel 3. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Test. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In a few moments, we'll begin our afternoon session. So we kindly ask everyone to please proceed inside the hall as we are about to start our afternoon session. And you may proceed to your respective seats. Thank you. Once again, requesting everyone to please proceed to your respective seats as we are about to start in a short while. Thank you. Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This afternoon, another panel will discuss a pressing concern, the alarming decline of fish stocks in the South China Sea and its implications for food security. Chairing this session is Professor Maria Carmen Ablan Lagman from De La Salle University. Joining her are Ms. Isara Chanrajkij, Director, SIFDEC, Dr. Sazlina Saleh, Deputy Director, University, Saints Malaysia, Dr. Charina Lynn Amedo Repollo, Marine Science Institute, University of the Philippines, and Dr. Chen Thai, Division Chief of RIA3. Please join me in welcoming our panelists for this important conversation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope that we are now ready to discuss one of the very specific issues related to the EEZ and the UNCLOS, and that is fisheries. Undoubtedly, the establishment of the UNCLOS is perhaps one of the most influential international instruments that has affected fisheries. Prior to the establishment, the ratification of UNCLOS, the fisheries was actually considered as a common resource that other people can basically exploit, and a might is right sort of regime. But with this, I would say that there were substantial investments into fisheries, given some rights-based ownership of those resources. Plus, you could see from the data that the substantial increase in actual production from the fish from the marine side is evident. So today, we are privileged to have our colleagues from Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and Vietnam to talk about their own take as scientists on this fisheries issue. So I will be turning over the mic to them one by one, and then later on we'll continue on to this discussion. So let me start with Dr. Bert from Thailand.
Thank you, Chair Madams. My name is Isra. You can see my face the second. I work in Southeast Asian Fishery Development Centers, and my talk today, our senior colleague in SIFDEC, you may know, Southeast Asian Fishery Development Center. Senior colleagues share me the information on the regional stock management, and I starting now. We come here with the two significant questions. The first one is key factor to contribute to fish stock, and another one is how ASEAN member states, Southeast Asian states, collective address critical issue to make food security. I show the first slide with world production. Since 1950 to 1990, fishing technology is developing, starting from the demersal, bottom catch, and again during 1970 to 1990 is presence of pelagic fishery. The trend is steady since 1990 until now. But the thing that we see is aquaculture share more, with almost 50% of total production between capture fishery and aquaculture. And one of the trends is the seaweed culture also play the important role, 17% of the grand total production. That is very high, coming high. And one of the significant information is people in the world eat fish 20 kilograms per person, consumption per capita. The second slide at the map of the region show our region. The top consumer for aquatic animal as the food is Myanmar, 60 kilograms per year, followed by Indonesia, Brunei, and Vietnam with 50%. The lowest is in Singapore and Laos, BDR, that equal world consumption around 20 kilograms per person. That is how important of the aquatic animal as the human consumption. And in this region, we have to, Indonesia is the big brother of the fishing industry in Southeast Asia. Thailand also, but followed by Vietnam, Myanmar. I come quick to the issue of the fishery in this region for the marine capture fishery and the resource. I would like to raise that overfishing is in Southeast Asia. Overfishing is coming from harvest more than level of maximum sustainable yield and depletion of the resource. It cannot manage the fishery. They come and then catching without the report. Lack of managing can lead on the IUU fishing can lead, as well as the habitat degradation that coming from human or natural. Climate change that we know is one of the natural that may impact to the habitat. You can see coral bleaching. You can, a migratory of the tuna may impact by sea surface temperature that change. This is one of the challenge of the fishery to marine capture. That the trade barrier, not including with the labor on board. This is another issue in fishery. SafeDec, we provide stock assessment support to member country, and we found that stock assessment in this region still need support, both from RFMO, both and also regional organization as SafeDec. Stock assessment in this region, we have problem because multi-species. This is tropical zone that the fish in this area is multi-species. It stay together. We don't know how to separate. I want only tuna. I want big size tuna. But when we catch all. Because multi-species make us, our fisher in this region, make multi-gear. When it multi-gear, we need to collect the data with various kinds. Multi-gear, not enough that. Multi-scale also. Small, big, biggest. Coastal to deep sea, offshore, and offshore to high sea. All levels happen in this region. Make management is not easy. With that, stock assessment in this area is very tough work. Less knowledge. Need collaborate with regional fishery management body in order to get a good methodology, and also need capacity building. And the last is collaboration among ASEAN member states to use the similar methodology. That is the key. I bring you to show one of our works in Southeast Asia, focus on the Neretic tuna and sailfish in West Pacific Ocean. Most of the information coming from the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia under the project of the Sulawesi Sea project. As I informed you in earlier, the multi-species, we have to, someone may prefer Spanish mackerel, a good fish. There are two normal Spanish mackerel, two species. One narrow-banded Spanish mackerel. Another one is king mackerel. The problem is they stay together in the same school. We catching them and we get both. But when scientists come to check the stock status, narrow-banded mackerel become red zone, overfishing already. King mackerel not yet. Fisher in this region can continue catch the giant Spanish mackerel, continue. But narrow-banded need to reduce around 10,000 tons a year. So we provide this information to ASEAN sectoral working group to fishery under ASEAN. And then ASEAN discussing in the working group and how country can reduce individual country. That is our work. Before I complete my presentation, I would like to provide a lesson learned from us about the stock assessment. In order to provide a good management to the region, we need to collaborate with regional fishery management body, learn the methodology from them, apply in the region, modify to fit with the region. And then we also need a kind of RFB, regional fishery body, to support, enhance, even to provide HRD, Human Resource Development Program, to the member country. We need to improve data collection. Very, very important. Data collection needs political will to support. Pay a lot of funds to support. Make a system, not only the long-term data collection, but also appropriate methodology that I informed in earlier. Methodology from RFMO, International Temperate Zone, not suitable with our region, so we need to improve. And one of the most important is establish collaboration among our SafeDeck member country. We have platform already. We have ASEAN sectoral working group. We have SafeDeck. So with that, we still have work to do. And another lesson learned is managing suitable utilization of marine fishery resource. We need a good management scheme. My colleagues will talk about the fishery management. Not enough the good, but also appropriate in the region. Because we have small scale, we cannot forget them. Commercial scale alone not make our fisheries sustain. Existing framework we need to apply. And the last one that SafeDeck would like to share to you is try to develop, apply aquaculture to replace the marine capture. Not only that, the seaweed culture can help us to reduce carbon emission in the sea as well, reduce acidity. Last slide show you some guideline, some platform that I informed. We still have platform agency to work with, regional agency to work with. Country not work alone. We would like to support member country for sustainable fishery resource and utilization in Southeast Asia. That I would like to end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we learned more about SafeDeck and the status of the fisheries in the region. So I will now pass on to Dr. Zarina for the report on the Philippines.
Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you everyone for having me, for the opportunity to speak with you today. So I'm going to present on the decline of fish stocks in the Philippines. Next slide, please. So due to the time constraint, so let's go directly to the questions. So what are the key factors contributing to the collapse of the fish stocks? So what I'm going to present is mainly data from years of survey conducted by the Marine Science Institute and drawn from the book we released entitled West Philippine Sea State of the Coast last year. So what you can see here is one key factor on the decline of fisheries in the West Philippine Sea. So what you can see here in the figures are the status of fisheries in terms of species richness, mean density, and the mean biomass. So what you can see here in terms of the color is that on the left figure, you can see that species richness is more or less high, particularly on the West Philippine Sea, on the coast island group. However, in terms of density and fish biomass, you can see mean density and fish biomass of the Palawan and Kalayaan Island Group maintains its high density and comparison to other regions on this area. However, what alarming is the trend of reef fish over the last 30 years of data that we have. So there's a strong evidence of long-term fish stock depletion. So you can see that in terms of fish diversity, we already declined about 7 to 9% per decade. And in terms of fish density, if you compare the data set from 1990s until 2010, there's already a decline or a decrease by about 50%. And in terms of fish biomass, you can see that 23% has already declined per decade from this area. And looking closely, where are these declines are happening? So even though Palawan and offshore reefs like the Kalayaan Island Group have high biomass and high decline, these are the areas that experience the Kalayaan Island Group and Palawan account measured for the whole 30 years of survey. And reclamation or building of islands driven by geopolitics interest. So you can see here in the picture some evidence of those destructive practices and their impact to the coral reef and cascades to the fisheries production in the West Philippine Sea. Another key factor is the climate change. So here on the left figure, you can see the track of the typhoon that passed over the Philippines. In Pag-asa, it becomes more intense, the frequency increases, and the track becomes more southward, more northward. Thus, Pag-asa now has doubled its frequency of typhoon, and this affects, the fisheries and also the coral reef health in the area. Next one is the rising of sea surface temperature. So what you can see here in the picture is the annual average of temperature around this domain in the Philippines. So the recent El Nino that we have was the 2023-2024. And you can see that this increase in temperature surpassed the previous data that we have. So that data that you can see in the gray color span since the 1981 until the 2004. And those lines in colored indicate the El Nino, strong El Nino that we have. And if you map the increase in temperature, for example, last May 2, 2025, you can see that the warmest sea surface temperature are observed in the South China Sea, more particularly in that area. So it becomes a hotspot for the increase in temperature. Another one is disruption of upwelling that cascades, to the supply of the nutrient and to the fish productivity in the area. So what you can see here is the graph of a normal productivity in South China Sea in red line, broken line, and the impact if there's an El Nino, as you see with the red line here in the graph. So there's a significant decrease. So this data was from 2015, 2016 El Nino that we have, one of the strongest El Nino also from recent year. And you can see the impact of El Nino to the fisheries productivity in the West Philippine Sea. So this is a larval dispersal wherein a passive larva was released around the Calayan Island group. And you can see the critical role of the KIG as the source of larvae to the neighboring countries, not only to the Philippines. And you can see on if there's any critical or distraction or disruption in this larval dispersal at the KIG, this will not affect only the Philippines, but also the neighboring countries around us. So the KIG is very critical, and thus we recommend protecting and cooperating on how to sustain and conserve ecosystem around the Calayan Island group. Question, so how can Southeast Asian states collectively address these critical issues to safeguard the region's human and food security? So we have existing and emerging opportunities that we can explore on. So marine protected area is one tool or one ways forward. So in the West Philippine Sea, we have nearly 300 marine protected areas. And this covers, a large area on the West Philippine Sea. But this is only 1% of the protected area in the West Philippine Sea. Thus, we need to enhance management and enforcement, especially to curb illegal and destructive fishing by using marine protected area as one of the management tools. Next is using ecosystem-based and collaborative management to adopt ecosystem approach to fisheries management, allow integrated management of larger seascapes to help resolve cross-boundary resources use of conflicts. So we can enhance our regional cooperation to address issues beyond our boundaries, like address fisheries decline and also marine pollution in the region. And also enhance our marine scientific research. Due to the conflicts and disputes in the area, we scientists are limited to the areas where we conduct our research. Now, to give recommendations on how to manage this ecosystem, we need data, what's under and what's beneath the South China Sea that we need to protect and we need to manage. So we hope that marine scientific research will resume and will be prioritized as one cooperative tool, to enhance our cooperation. And lastly, public awareness and education. Strengthen our citizen engagement, and education is key to building broad-based support for marine conservation, and also as one, establish our national identity based on this potential of the West Philippine Sea that we have. So I think that's the last slide, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Serena. Now may we move on to Dr. Tai from Vietnam.
Thank you, Professor Lathman. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chien. I come from Research Institute for Aquaculture number 3. You have listened to the presentation from Thailand and Philippines. And now I would like to talk about the fish in Vietnam. And my talk today is current status of marine fish resource in Vietnam and solution to ensure food security. First of all, I would like to talk a little bit about about introduction the resort. Vietnam is recognized one of the country with the highest marine biology in the Southeast Asia, with a sea area over 1 million square kilometer and coastline stretching around 3,261 kilometers. Vietnam marine fish fauna includes over 2,458 species belonging to 281 families, about 130 economical and 60 target economical species. Marine fish resource play a vital role not only ecologically but also a foundation for national livelihood and food security. However, in recent decades, due to our fishing, environmental pollution, climate change, and habitat degradation, marine fish stock in Vietnam have been drastically declining. Now, what is the status fish resource in Vietnam? We have about, based on the document, the marine stock is currently estimated about 4.36 million tons, but it's declined about 18 to 20% nowadays compared to 20 years ago. About 2.4 million tons can be sustainably harvested. However, actually, gas reached about 3.9 million tons. It means that we get the over threshold. Now I would like to say some economically stock decline. First, oceanic tuna. This stock declined about 25 to 35% between 2010 to 2020. Annual gas falling from 18 to 20,000 tons to 11 to 12,000 tons nowadays. The second group is small pelagic fish, such as mackerel, anchovy, and sardines. This group account for 45% of the total marine fishery, fish catch. However, 30% decline in mackerel and anchovy in the South Central Vietnam over the past 50 years. The third group is demersal fish like grouper, snapper, headfin bream, and four-finger headfin. This is one of the major nearshore catch in Vietnam, and this group also declined about 20 to 30% compared to 1990s. For the fourth rare species, such coral grouper and stingrays, this also declined about 40 to 60%. Now, I would like to talk about what's the reason or the cost to make the stock decline. First, overfishing and unsustainable practice. Overfishing is a direct cost with fishers using destructive methods. In Vietnam, fishermen use bottom trawling and electric shock. The second is marine environment pollution, and the third, climate change and ocean acidification. And the fourth is loss of spawning habitats. Nowadays, the coral reefs resource in Vietnam decline about 40% of the area. And also mangroves and sea grassbed also decline. So what the solution to ensure the food security? From my scientific perspective, I would give some recommendation like this. First, sustainable fishery management and exploitation. We should control fish capacity, reduce the number of nearshore fishing vessels operating through the livelihood conservation. For example, in Vietnam now we have about 60,000 fishing vessels, but about 45 fishing vessels inshore. It's about 45%. The second, we should restore and protect the environment, marine ecosystem. We should restore natural breeding and nursery habitats. For example, we can replant mangroves, protect sea grass bed, and rehabilitate coral reefs and support for spawning grounds. Develop marine protected area. This activity in Vietnam, we also have a good program. In Vietnam now we have about 16 good MBAs, but we have several successful like Hòn Mun MBA and Cù Lao Chàm MBA. The third, we should develop marine aquaculture and alternative protein resource. Like we should shift fish to aquaculture to reduce the fishing pressure in the sea. Strengthen monitoring research and technology application. Modernizing fishing technology and statistics system. We should apply satellite technology, artificial intelligence, and vessel monitoring system to monitor fishing activity. And the fifth is fish release activity to restore aquatic resource. This program we also have a good very well in Vietnam every year. About 4th of April, we release the fish sitting to the sea. The sixth is community education and awareness raising. So what will we do today? I think our ASEAN member state country, so we should work together to make the fish resource sustainable. I would give some activity like this. Establish a unified legal framework for sustainable fishery management. We should issue national fishery law towards ecosystem-based management and maximum sustainable yield limits. Develop a national and regional network of marine protected areas. At least 10 to 15% of sea areas strictly protected as recommended by UN. Strengthen regulation on traceability and combating IUU fishing. Establish a mandatory fishing vessel monitoring system for vessels over 15 meters. In Vietnam, the boats operate inshore with the size about over 15 meters. And we should link database between the ASEAN countries to prevent this vessel from violating cross-border activities. Sustain regional coordination and sharing of fish data. ASEAN should establish a mechanism for sharing data on catch volume, stock fluctuation, vessel monitoring, and marine habitat status. That is all my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now let us go to the presentation from Malaysia.
by 2030, 5 years ago, its share of fish consumption is expected to rise from 50%, significantly contributing to the regional food supply. So having a boost in the aquaculture can help with that, and also with the push of blue economy, the aquaculture industry will have a better future in terms of safeguarding our fishing fish in our area. So for policy necessity, what I can say is the proactive, robust framework that ensure the aquaculture growth is environmentally sustainable, social equitable, and economically resilient. Policy to promote sustainable and climate adaptable aquaculture, because the growing industry of aquaculture is something positive, but it can be a negative impact to the environment also. Right, so with the critical habitat degradation and vanishing nursery, we have seen the case study in West 16 how the larvae have been destroyed in the whole South China Sea. So this is where we see the degradation in mangrove throughout the years. We can see the hotspot is in our South China Sea region. Similarly, we see the percentage of reef has been bleached, and we had a strong and very powerful bleaching event last year, 2024, in most of the coral reef area, followed by the anthropogenic impact after that. And we see the increase of algae in that reef area. So are we not doing anything? No, the Asian fisheries policy has been working together within the countries. They have sat down and come up with many policy document coverage. So overall, I have summarized into 6 themes that you can see here, that we have the number of document, framework, and policy from the 4 to 11. So the total policy for each team is more than 10. So are we not doing? So this is the landscape of policy document that we have done. So we need to move from the top-down policy, which is the decide, announce, and defend policy making, towards the more towards community-based, or bottom-up policy, which is the engage, deliberate, and decide. So perhaps the policy of framework that we have now is not being implemented properly. So, or there is a restriction in implementing the policies. So coming up with that, this is a summary of what are the gaps and the critical area that we can look into collectively to understand the scenario of implementing whatever policy we have. Because the policy by Asian nations, Asian state members, are guided by the international commitments that we have. For example, the Paris Agreement, the UNCLOS, of all the humane protocols. So these are the guidance that we use to come up with a policy. So it is a collective effort within the national, in the regional area of South China Sea. So with that, I hope that we can use the scientific data that has been provided by the case study and the scientists to be able to have a specific policy for a specific need, and to ensure that there's no redundancy in implementing the policy. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I think that was a very good presentation from the panel, starting from a regional perspective and case studies from the Philippines and Vietnam, as well as what strikes me in all this presentation is how
fishery. And the fishing ground, they always go. The new fishing ground, fisher not prefer to include that because they're not familiarized with the topography, not familiarized with the even the fish, and cannot estimate the catch from the fisher. That I know. So they prefer to stay in the same area. And when MTA come in, we need to improve area by using MTA and share the area, fishing area. This is very normally that they am I?
So basically, many agents that we have and new policies, whether they be national or international or cross-boundary, are very difficult at the ground.
But we need to talk with them.
In terms of maritime security, I think we should push off generating more money in terms of the IUU activity that they are doing. So because of the economic drive, this is where the Asian maritime security comes in. And it is being spoken widely about IUU fishing, but to mitigate it, it's quite difficult because it's transboundary issue. And what we heard this morning on the issue about South China Sea. One thing that drives IUU is the advancement of technology. So this is what, if you have big ships, you have all the equipment, so you can relate to it. My point is, if there's an economic push for that, activities will of course present in that particular area. Right, so that means policy will be compliant with the energy independence and incentives, energy incentives. Here from the Philippines, it's very interesting because Malaysia does have a very big offshore industry, offshore fisheries. So maybe I can cite one example for the modeling of larva that I presented. You can see that Kalayaan Island group is one of the critical sources of larvae in the South China Sea. Those data, however, is not tested and not validated due to the fact that we have the disputes that we have with conflict in the South China Sea. So we don't know the connectivity is true from the model or the productivity and production of fisheries from that source is valid. So due to conflict and due to maritime issues, there is constraints for us scientists to study more and validate the models that we use.
Economy and resource. So from my scientific
issue of marine spatial planning, and because you talked about habitat.
do the program for traceability to make the food safety. And we should reduce the number of fish in the inshore, and we ship to other livelihood. As I said, in Vietnam we have several programs like this. We change the fisher, the farmer from fishing to aquaculture. We culture mussel, seaweed, and we also now government try to apply the satellite technology for all the vessels in the offshore operating in the offshore. We should we try to reduce the combat in IUU. And also we should, from regional, I should say that we should make the good cooperation between our ASEAN country to make the program or research on environment, stock, and policy. And we work together and we ensure some unified framework for our country. Thank you.
Yeah.
Refer to the data collection, may I add up my colleagues from Malaysia? Data security is very important. Each individual country not happy with data to share to other country because we work with Southeast Asian fishery, and sometimes we bring the expert from RFMO, Regional Fishery Management Body, to teach, to train the new methodology that RFMO develops and use, in particular high migratory species, studying stock. We work with our member country with commitment not to share data from the study out of shifted. We keep in our database and respect that data belong to country. We disseminate result of the study, but we not disseminate raw data. That is the way we did. As well as the fishery resort research survey that we provide to our member country by our research vessel every year. Next year we go to West Coast Peninsula, Malaysia, work with DOF Malaysia. Actually, we should work with Brunei this year, but they postponed to next year as well. Data belong to the country. Hard disk is empty when go to their waters and come back from their waters. That is the commitment, very, very serious, that I would like to confirm. Thank you.
Right, so fisheries and security, food security, are very, very touchy matters simply because of information and information sharing. How can ASEAN, in this sense, then be a very good vessel for, because right now,
sectoral where we have government agencies, Department of Environment, Department of Fisheries. We have multiple agencies that answer to different ecosystems. So this limits the capability to come up with a comprehensive framework. But having said that, most of the, I'm talking about the fisheries, most of the Department of Fisheries guiding document or policy or act, it is a entailed from the guiding document of principle by UNCLOS or the international commitment that we have, for example, the Cumming Protocol, for example, for environment conservation or pollution, the Paris Agreement. So it depends on our international commitment. Although it is sectoral, but if you look at the overall holistic policy, it does tie up agency to agency in regards to the national policy, because each of the department will have a separate framework, but the guiding document will be the national policy. So this is how it works. There are positive and negative sides to it.
So I just want to highlight the role of ASEAN in this kind of transboundary issues that we have in terms of fisheries. As you know, Philippines has marine protected area since the 1974. The Sumilan Island Marine Reserve was the first marine protected area of the Philippines. And with those 5 decades of data, we already see, you know, the success of marine protected area when they are big, when they are, you know, composed of a larger area compared to small marine protected area. So I think the ASEAN is one cooperative way to establish a transboundary marine conservation area or a transboundary marine protected area to safeguard, you know, or to prevent the decline of fisheries within our region. Thank you.
Right. So, is there any questions from the audience, please? Okay. Let's start with Mr. Bin.
Yeah, thank you
Okay,
for giving me the chance to ask the scientists for the question related to the food security. I'm very interested in. And my question is really, I would like to raise a question, and if anyone can answer my questions. United Nations Peace Stock Agreement in 1995. One of the idea and one of the mechanism to promote the sustainable management of fishery is creating of regional fishery management organization. And I learned in a presentation by CITEC expert, you mentioned also the chance to work with the RFMO. And I know that there in ASEAN Pacific, there are the WPFC, is one kind of the RFMO. China and Philippines is the members of the organization. Vietnam and Thailand is cooperating non-members. So, but WPCFC is not including the South China Sea. And in the region, CITEC is only the technical body to give the advice to the member state to how to promote the sustainable fishery management. So my question, how do you think about the prospect of creating the separate RFMO in the region? You can share from the scientific perspective or the policy perspective. This is my question. Thank you very much.
Right. So let's take the 3 questions there before they can answer at the same time. Mr. Ko and Mr.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Lackman. And many thanks to the panelists for the very fascinating presentation and sharing of such great insights. I'm going to ask questions that may appear a little bit dumb because I'm not trained in fisheries, but I do hear from my dad who worked in the fishery industry, sharing some of the commercial side of the house. So I thought that it was a good chance for me to ask. something related more to the South China Sea. So please feel free to pick and choose what you would like to answer, or if you don't want to answer, it's fine, but I just really want to ask. First one is, what do you think of the proposal that seems to be floated around recently around the South China Sea on what they call synchronized or coordinated or joint fishery moratorium? This is a proposal that I think met some polite response, but it didn't seem to go forward. So what do you think would be the prospect for such joint fishery management approach? That's one. The second is, you all mentioned about the shift from capture fishery to, say, mariculture, right? To what extent do you see the potential security impact from it? Because, for example, in the Yellow Sea, we saw reignition of dispute over aquaculture structures. Do you see, for example, in the South China Sea, in the place of fishing vessels, you see mariculture structures becoming a new source of dispute or tensions? And so how do you deal with that? And I have a market-related question for mariculture, because to what extent do you see consumption patterns going in line with the need for mariculture? Because at least my dad once told me that wild catch is much more preferred than mariculture, because for mariculture, the fish tends to taste a bit muddy and not so nice and all that. So how do you see the consumption pattern? Is it positive moving forward in supporting a more sustained mariculture or aquaculture development? Thank you.
So let's just take those two first. RFMO, mariculture, and joint fisheries coordinated exercises. What are your ideas on those?
Correct me if I'm wrong. In UNCLOS, RFMO is organized for manage the resource in the high sea. We understand that. If I am wrong, I'm sorry. If South China Sea have high sea, possible to have RFMO, in my understanding. But for my organization, we are technical arms. Country have the right to manage their fishery resource, so we support country to manage by themselves.
RFMO, joint management activities, and mariculture.
I would want to talk about the dispute about the fishing vessel and mariculture. So in that sense, if we have proper planning, marine spatial planning, that wouldn't be an issue, because we can designate the proper who can use, where we can use, and how can we share the ocean together. And that's my take on that.
So it's good if we can do it together if we have a special planning. Yes, now Philippines.
Yeah, so I would contribute to the answer on the proposal of coordinated fishery moratorium. So that kind of moratorium in the Philippines, we call it closed and open season for fisheries. So from experience, it's very, I think, effective for the Philippines having the closed and open season, because we give time for the fish to grow. So we usually close the fisheries activity during the time of spawning season. So, but those moratoriums should be science-based, because we need to really know the biological background of the fisheries to be applied for moratorium. So it should be specific time duration, and specific location in terms of spatial area where to apply the moratorium. And then next on the mariculture and aquaculture. So given the trend of the decline of fisheries now, specifically for the Philippines, from the recent data from the Philippine Statistics Authority, we see a decline in the commercial and municipal fisheries, but we are increasing in the inland fisheries activity and aquaculture. So it's a one way of addressing food shortage due to the decline in the captured fisheries.
Vietnam, would you have?
I got very interesting from Professor Colin. He said that marine fish, wild fish is important in marine aquaculture. Actually, it's true in some cases, but in the general, for example, in Vietnam, almost the fish in the restaurant or in the market come from aquaculture. So the wild fish catch reduced about 80%. So that's why the aquaculture very important for food security in our country. And now we have some program for every institute organization to move the inshore aquaculture to offshore aquaculture, and we use high technique aquaculture, like we use camera, sensor to optimize the environment and fish activities, fish habitats, and we should increase the income for farmers and reduce the risk. Thank you.
If I may answer that question as a moderator, in terms of the idea of joint management, joint open-close seasons, even going out to the sea all at the same time. Can you imagine Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines going out to sea at the same time, coming home at the same time? That would actually be a very good exercise for me, just for the numbers that you would see and claiming the resource. RFMO, we have been at it for a long time. We've been talking about marine protected areas in large areas, but I think the presence of external people also driving this has somehow limited the ability to discuss it together because of support and because in way back in the 90s. So now I think it's time for ASEAN to be able to do that by ourselves. We can do that. We can discuss on marine protected areas, the creation of joint management areas, because we can now fund it and we can now do it together, I think. And the other thing about the last question on aquaculture, I have of a biotechnology background and I am molecular in my nature. I have always had resistance in terms of driving new technologies like ocean aquaculture is polluting. It is not supposed to encourage. Biodiversity has to be saved. These are the areas of mindsets, I think, that our generation had to live with for a long time. And that was when we thought the ocean was limitless and the resources are limitless. But now that we know the limits are there, we should be exploring these new possibilities and going into the science of it and going into the trials of it, because biodiversity and sustainability, as has come out from the 2022 discussions in the CBD and the GFI, is actually something that we should grasp at this time, and it is the time to do it because desperate times need desperate measures. So is there anything else you would like to share for the last round? Just give me 1 minute for everyone. Is there something else you would like to talk about? Because I was just looking at my time and it's supposed to be 3:15, right? Oh, there's a question at the back. Sorry. Do we have time? Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank the panel first for such an insightful discussion. And I particularly find the fact that Professor Sazlina Saleh actually highlighted that the reason why we're all here having this discussion is because lived communities and lived human lives are at stake. And I think maybe it might be a good or a bad reason to introduce this question at this time, but I would like to take the discussion from above the level to a more human-centered approach. Regarding the talk about lived lives, I realize that when we talk about human lives, we also talk about community engagement when it comes to regional fish stocks management. And personally, I come from a non-profit where our work focuses on bridging the gap between communities and policymakers. And in our experience, we continue to observe that a persistent disconnect between scientific and policy discussion, between the lived realities of communities like fishermen, the very people that are the most affected by these decisions. And so my question to all the panel is, how can we move beyond surface level inclusion and ensure that community voices are meaningfully embedded in regional policy-making processes? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Eric from YCAPS. Many thanks to the panel for the insights. My question is with regard to ASEAN's cross-pillar cooperation for fish stocks management. I understand that fish stocks conservation falls under the ASEAN Economic Community or AEC pillar. While the AEC encompasses various aspects of economic integration, fisheries management and conservation are specifically addressed within this pillar. So, as the earlier panels have already pointed out, there's a role for security in ensuring the continued conservation and health of fish stocks. And the panel chairman has also reinforced that there's a need to look at the security angle. For example, all panelists have pointed out overfishing as a key factor for fish stocks depletion. It just didn't point out to who were the main perpetrators of overfishing. It also didn't highlight how to securitize against IUU fishing, though I must point out that Thailand's ThaiMac initiative and Indonesia, under Ibu Susi's guidance, did bring down IUU fishing significantly in their regions. So given this security angle, it is striking that there's limited cross-pillar cooperation between the ASEAN political security community with the AEC. So my question is, in your opinion, should there be more cross-pillar cooperation with the ASEAN Political Security Committee to allow for more security tools to be made available for fisheries stock conservation? And what are some of these mechanisms that you could think be put forth at the operational level for concrete outcomes? For example, as mentioned by Dr. Sharina, having a transboundary regional approach to monitor and protect the marine protected areas, for example. Thank you.
Right, so we have two, from the community and from the security.
So I'll answer the community. Thank you for the question. Yes, indeed, the livelihood of the coastal community are actually at the focal point of the Asian, because most of the community, most of the ocean users in Asian are the coastal community. So with that, there are certain things that we can do in terms of to include them as a decision maker. One is, first, we need to educate them, get them to understand, make them understand sense of belonging, of the importance of the environment that they are getting their income from. And second, we need to teach them, to educate them about their rights, their human rights. What are their rights of using the ocean? Because if we do not educate them what are their rights, they can be being exploited. So the coastal community needs to understand how can they go beyond complaining to actually filing a case to the government in a sense of you're taking my rights. So get them to be educated. And again, I will go back to making the policy inclusive of them. For example, in Malaysia, in Sabah, we have the closed open season, which is the community-based, or we call it Tagal system. So this is indeed a policy or a framework that is being guided by the local community itself with the help of the NGOs and the government agencies to make the community feel inclusive of the decision that we are making and implementation of the policy that we are doing in their area of where they get their source of livelihood. Thank you.
Would there be other contributions? The question was relating to the community aspect and also the security aspect of fisheries. How do we get them into the discussion?
May I add up on the community? I think right now the government sector have already decentralized and almost every country that I know, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, even Vietnam, apply ecosystem approach to fishery management that consider the ecological well-being, human well-being through the good governance management. That include human well-being, that include voice of the fishers, but need systematic arrangement in the country. Each country is different. That is government side already decentralized and have concept to apply local community to be involved with the management. That is I would like to confirm. For another question is too long, but I catch up that in this region we have a regional guideline to control fishing capacity. I think that ASWGFI already approved country to use that guideline, and this is belong to the country to implement by the country. For IUU fishing, in this region we have RPOA IUU Secretariat in Jakarta, Indonesia. We also have IUU network, ASEAN IUU networks by ASEANs. SIPDEC provide technical support on regional database for good vessels, as well as electronic cash documentation and traceability system now in place. In some country already apply, Vietnam already use, Thailand very effective to prevent the IUU product into the market. That is our update right now. Thank you.
So market incentives for IUU. Securitization is another question, I guess.
On the cooperative or transboundary cooperation, I think it's very important, as I said. We have to explore joint or collaborative management effort among our countries. We have science can provide you information on what countries are ecologically connected for us to identify which countries to cooperate and which countries have to have framework on cooperation on how to manage our resources. And on the community engagement, I think very important, which I forgot to mention, is the inclusion of traditional knowledge and IPs to be included also to the discussion.
Vietnam?
From my opinion, I would like to say about what we do or what we have for community. From our work, I do something. For example, we organize workshop to train the job for farmers. We create a job, some job for farmers, like we build up some models for seaweed aquaculture, mollusk aquaculture, and also we build up some models like MBI's community-based management, in which community is important and is the core of the model. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, in behalf of the third panel for today, thank you so much for your contributions, everyone. I am so sorry we are unable to take in more questions, but hopefully when scientists talk together, we basically know we're doing something right. But when we talk beyond ourselves, it's going to be something sometimes beyond our ability to coordinate and make things happen. So thank you so much, and for the next panel, we'll just meet up.
Thank you to our experts for the deeply relevant session. To our experts, please stay on stage as we are going to have a photo opportunity. Thank you. Good afternoon, sirs and ma'ams. We would like to remind everyone to please settle down as we are about to start our final session in 5 minutes. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Our final session today ties together the themes of energy, environmental protection, and science in maritime governments under UNCLOS. Chairing this panel is Mr. Neil Silva, Senior Lecturer at the University of the Philippines College of Law. Our distinguished speakers are Dr. Saupin Wu, Deputy Director, CEMAX University, Saints, Malaysia, and Professor Victor Andres Dindo Manhit, CEO and founder, the Strat-Based Group. Please join me in welcoming our final panelists. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I am sure that at 3:30 p.m. we are spellbound by the possibility of having a riveting conversation concerning the marine environment and marine scientific research and energy security. And the electrifying atmosphere of the room is very inspiring to us. Question, what does marine environment have to do with security? The answer has to be 0 to 100. First of all, if we talk about it from, 50 to 100, because if we talk about it from the perspective of traditional security, then the marine environment really provides the push factor that would lead to instability. For example, if the marine environment is neglected, for example, and fish catch collapses, then you can see incidences of poverty that would become the push factors for instability and transnational crime, as well as other non-traditional security threats. In addition, of course, is that the marine and the problem security threat to human populations and economic. Southeast Asia is characterized by a heavy density of flora and fauna species. and therefore are also a heavy vulnerability to ecosystems. By virtue of its location, a high incidence of natural disasters and diastrophic phenomena, but at the same time also a high potential for resolving these phenomena because of the increasing economic capacity of Southeast Asian countries to invest in energy efficiency, in the green energy transition, and in other steps that would ameliorate these challenges. And to discuss this, we are joined by two excellent professionals and intellectuals. First, we have Dr. Abe Wu, Deputy Director of the Center for Maritime and Coastal Studies of the University Sains Malaysia. And after him, it will be Professor Victor Dinto Manhit, founder of the Strat-based group, and I may add, personally, one of the key defenders of the rules-based order in the Philippines. So, this is how we will proceed. First, we will have we have a third member of the group. Unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, he is unable to join the panel, therefore giving us extra time to listen to our esteemed panelists, if they so choose. So first, our panelists will speak for upwards of 10 minutes each, 10 to 15 minutes each. After which, we will have a brief spate of 15 to 20 minutes of moderator-led questions, and thereafter, we will have questions from the floor. So, to proceed, we will have Dr. Abe Wu.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I stand if I, right? Been sitting too long. Thank you for inviting me. By nature of my training, I'm a marine scientist. Nothing to do much with policy. But I bring a narrative that perhaps it will be interesting, hopefully. Now, Attorney, just about 5 minutes of presentation. Then this morning he said 12 minutes. I prepared only slides for 5 minutes. But being lecturers, so we can speak for hours without slide. But I promise you not to bore you. I like to bring us back. That is what is important. Now, I removed every single description on this map that usually you will see to remind us that if we are talking about the marine environment and talking about ecosystem, you cannot put a name on it, you cannot put a border. Borders are made by humans, right? Anything, we heard about the fishes. Fishes do not need passport to go from one country to another. That is for sure. The juveniles of the coral that we heard about can go wherever they need to go according to the marine ecosystem. So, reminding us that this piece that we are talking about, it's fluid, right? So I always, anything of my presentation, remember there are always three things to remember, okay? So the three elements of the sea, I always like to give this in Oceanography 101. Water flows, right? It flows. And the sea is interconnected with each other. It flows on the right of me, then you have the Pacific, then on the left you have the Indian Ocean. And it has no boundaries, no political boundaries to be sure. But it has no boundaries except for land. So remember that these three elements, whenever we think about policy making, we think about the people who use this area, right? The ecosystem do not respect your law. They respect their own law. That is from a marine scientist's point of view. Bringing back again, the very important thing that why we are doing this. If you look at the area that is red, scientists talk needs data, right? I just keep it simple. The redder it is, the higher biodiversity it is. Biodiversity means the different type of species. You can see we are actually the custodian of the world's marine biodiversity. Remember that. We are the custodian of the world's marine biodiversity. If we fail doing so, we lose almost 50% of the coral species in the world. It's very simple, right? So we bear heavy responsibility to take care of the biodiversity that is around our waters, especially at South China Sea, as well as the interconnected seas that you see, okay? We are the custodian. So if we fail doing so, we will have big problems supplying fish and everything that the ecosystem provides those services to the world. It's only 3 minutes. I'm going end of my presentation already. This is just 2025, just being published. Okay, 2025. And made it simple. Gene flow means how does a species is connected to each other in an area. The bigger the thickness of the arrow means they are more connected, means there are a lot of exchanges between these two areas, right? As you can see, one species can travel all around South China Sea. Doesn't matter your 200 nautical miles, your 12 nautical miles, marginal sea, your bed, they don't care, right? That's something that we need to think about when we are quarreling with each other on territories of 200 nautical miles and beyond, right? So if we fail to do so, means there will be a collapse of marine ecosystem, which means we will pay a heavy price on delivering the ecosystem services that we get for free from the ocean, right? And probably this is not so interesting because the last session had talked about the fish. So I'm looking at, this is just telling you fishing efforts, where are the coral reef area, where are the reef, where are the areas that is heavily being used in order to feed people around this region. And you must understand, South China Sea will be the basket, the food basket of the region. Yeah. Talk whatever you like. You can change to eating chicken or anything that's land-based, but we are the world's most highly dependent on seafood up to now, till today, and we project in the future so, right? So if we fail to do this kind of protection in this area, we're going to have serious problem with our food security. Forget about Planet B, forget about the ideals of that we can grow our food on land itself. It's not going to be happen, and take it that we have done enough projection that no, it's not going to be enough, right? The sea area is going to be where we're going to derive most of our food from. And the last two slides will be, don't need to read about anything. Climate change is going to be a big thing. We have not heard about these two words in this session for the whole. I remember I counted twice people talk about climate change, but this is going to be an impending problem. Either it's going to help us solve a lot of problem, or it will bring us doomsday problem. Not doomsday, but doomsday problem. If you can't remember anything, again, 3 things you remember. The threats to our ocean in terms of climate change. The sea is going to be warmer. The sea is going to be sour, means the pH is going down, and the sea is going breathless, anoxic area. These 3 is going to be our biggest problem in South China Sea in terms of marine ecosystem. And again, failing to do such protection, failing to deal with this, we face big problems on food security and many other more marine ecosystem services that is providing for us for free. For that, if you can't remember anything, just remember 3 things. The sea is close, it's interconnected, it has no boundaries. Means there's no political boundaries. 3 impending threats. Climate change means the sea is going to be warmer, it's going to be sour, it's going to be breathless. Okay, for that, I just stop here, and then perhaps we can bring the discussion to the panel. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wu, for that for what amounts to both a framing of the narrative concerning the maritime issues of Southeast Asia, which is it is essentially transboundary in character, and it is essentially shared essentially a shared problem. Now, for our next presentation, it will be Professor Manhit of the Strat-based group. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. The oceans have shaped the histories cultures, and economies of Southeast Asia. I speak of vital trade routes, the growing concerns over maritime, environmental degradation. The region's shared maritime space has long connected, yet also challenged ASEAN member states. Today, securing our seas, ensuring their sustainability is no longer just a national concern. It is a common regional imperative. The threats we face cut across borders. They demand collective solutions. That is why strengthening maritime governance across ASEAN is critical. And we thank the organizers for putting this in focus in this session. The Philippines, as a maritime nation at the front line of both environmental challenges and geopolitical tensions, bring valuable experience to this effort. Discussing in the next few minutes, and thank you for the extended time, Chairman Neil, due to a regional vision for maritime governance. At the Strat-based Institute and Asymmetric Challenges, Geoeconomic Confrontation, where national security and economic security intersect in trade and investment dynamics, and the intensifying impacts of extreme weather, natural disasters, and the climate crisis, which underscore the urgent need for strategic climate action. We are a maritime and archipelagic nation. The Philippines spans 2.2 million square kilometers of water. This vast marine territory is home to the richest marine biodiversity on the planet, being one of the 17 mega-diverse countries in the world, being located at the heart of the Coral Triangle. Our abundant mangrove forests, seagrass beds, and coral reefs functions more than just ecosystems. This is our country's lifeblood, supporting fisheries, sustaining coastal communities. This makes sustainable management a national priority and should even be considered part of national security. However, our coastal and marine environment face severe threats. Among these are plastic pollution, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, climate change impacts such as stronger typhoons and rising sea levels also disrupt marine and coastal ecosystems. The weak enforcement of environmental laws also continues to hinder vital efforts towards marine protection and conservation. Most notably, however, the illegal entry of foreign vessels swarming into Philippine waters has emerged as a critical threat, causing extensive habitat destruction and the alarming depletion of marine resources. I wanted to point out this afternoon that the 2016 Arbitral Award, a landmark victory not just for the Philippines, but for the entire international community who believes on the rules-based order. It did not only invalidate China's baseless 9-dash line, but people failed to read the longer version, because the rulings finding that China violated also environmental obligations under UNCLOS by tolerating destructive fishing practices and undertaking large-scale island building that caused irreversible damage to marine ecosystem in the South China Sea, in the West Philippine Sea. This ruling sets powerful precedent that for ASEAN countries facing similar pressures in its own waters, the Philippines' legal and diplomatic strategy offered a model, one grounded on the basic value of a rules-based international order. From that arbitral ruling, it took some time, but better late than never. November 2024, we passed in the Philippines the Philippine Maritime Zones Act that defines the country's maritime zones, providing a solid legal basis for asserting its rights over marine resources or even oil and gas resources. On the other hand, the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act designates the sea lanes and air routes suitable for the passage of foreign ships and aircraft over the Philippine archipelagic waters. With this landmark clause, the Philippines strengthens the alignment of its domestic legal framework with international law, particularly the UNCLOS. This not only enhances our capacity for effective maritime governance, but also reinforces policies that support both national security and economic development through the harnessing of our country's marine resources. Our dear President Marcos Jr., during the signing of this landmark laws, expressed that the passage of these laws signals the administration's resolve to protect the country's maritime resources, preserves its rich biodiversity, and ensure that the Philippine waters remain a source of life and livelihood for the Filipino people. In one of our commission survey at the end of 2024, when we asked the national constituency, that means I'm referring to geographic and demographic representatives of the Philippine nation, we asked which measures should be implemented by the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea to strengthen its external defense. Among the top answers given by Filipinos is to support the modernization of the country's armed forces for the purpose of protecting our territory and even our marine resources in our exclusive economic zones. This reflects the Filipino public's strong awareness that protecting our territory and marine resources, especially within our exclusive economic zones, requires not just presence, but capability to defend it. It is encouraging that the Marcos administration has shown strong support for this direction by increasing the defense budget, accelerating modernization program, strengthening security partnership with like-minded countries. It takes ASEAN alliances with the Philippines to ensure and protect the marine biodiversity of the region. We have tried to be in the forefront. Early on, after we won the victory in 2016, one of our first special studies was actually done by the chair in the previous panel, Dr. Lagman. And people ask me, why are you talking about the environment when you're talking about West Philippines? That was September 2016. That's how long we've been advocating this issue. And I spoke on how, last time I spoke about this was on how initiatives last 2023 on marine protection in the West Philippine Sea calls on the leadership and expertise of scientists and environmentalists to formulate and execute strategies that will sustain biodiversity and develop Philippine marine resources and the broader resources of the region. The environmental degradation of the West Philippine Sea due to unlawful and land reclamation activities, construction of artificial islands, and intrusions in our inclusive economic zone cannot and should not continue. It takes a whole-of-society approach when it comes to protecting our marine environment and securing our maritime domains. The Philippines cannot do it alone. It calls for a whole-of-society approach, one that brings together our public sector, our private sector, and the international community. Again, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak in this conference.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Manhit, for that very packed presentation concerning the challenges we face in the maritime sphere, but particularly that also faced by the Philippines also in its maritime policy. Now we will go again, for about 20 minutes. We will have some moderator-led questions, and thereafter we will open the questions to the floor. Now, first, for Dr. Wu, as you noted, the ocean by themselves, by definition, are without boundary, and therefore the problems we have in the oceans are boundary. But for example, you noted the fact that it's becoming SAR, so basically increasing acidity, lower pH, for example, we're encountering that, which is a climate change issue, and which is therefore a global issue, not merely a regional one. At the same time, however, certain other problems indicated in the literature, such as plastic pollution and debris pollution, are regional problems. So now, the ASEAN has very few legally binding instruments on the marine environment. and actually only one on the environment per se that I remember, the haze pollution. But we have a lot of MOUs on oil spills, on debris, among others. Given the fact that we have a mix of regional, national, and global level problems, is the current ASEAN setup enough? And if not, then how can it be further improved on, first from an institutional lens, and second from an epistemic lens, from the mindset of ASEAN?
Thank you, Chair. First question is difficult already. Yeah. When I say the ocean is without border, it only meant one thing. Solving the problem of South China Sea requires transboundary mindset, requires collaboration, requires us to work together. That is going to be the foundation of us solving problem that is transboundary. Problems like plastic pollution, climate change, it is not a unilateral kind of one country can solve this thing. We have demonstrated that ASEAN have a good framework to solve regional problems, such as, like you say, on haze. That is one example of so many, we did not solve many things, but that is one thing that we are able to solve by having great collaborations between our ASEAN partners. Now, one also very important thing that I observe as a person who works with different colleagues in ASEAN, bilateral relationship between ASEAN members are great for research. Indonesia, Malaysian works on certain issues, Vietnamese with Malaysia works on certain issues, the Thai works with the Philippines on certain issues, but we seldom see a multilateral kind of big collaboration happening in ASEAN. Perhaps there is no push from top to down, or we do not know where are we missing the point. But we know that this kind of collaboration needs to be done in order to solve regional issues. Point number 3, that I find it weird when I look at collaboration on science. We always say ASEAN plus X. And they always claim, the X always claim that they have great partnership with ASEAN in terms of research. But in terms, when I look at the activities, it's always X with Malaysia, X with Vietnam. It's never about ASEAN as a whole. So probably among us ASEAN members should be working as a block, a little bit more stronger in terms of science, in terms of collaboration on looking at taking care of our environment, and in taking care of South China Sea specifically. So fostering that trust and collaboration will be the key for us to come in strong in whatever issues that we want to solve. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now, building on that answer, but also on the presentation, sir, to Dr. Mahid, Professor Mahid, insofar as the environmental problems we have are all common problems.
Yes.
Therefore, from a functionalist lens, this becomes the entry point for more ASEAN cooperation and unity. Now, we may recall the European experience where it was coal and steel cooperation that became the basis for increasing and building on European cooperation. From your perspective as a political scientist, is it possible to use our common environmental issues from a functionalist perspective as a basis for institution building in ASEAN, or do we need a further institutional and political steps?
I think we can. That's why my last slide was about working together locally, and the second step is for the region. And within ASEAN, the state, but even the private sector, the government, and international community, even beyond ASEAN, can work together. I agree with Dr. Abe that, oceans have no borders. The plastics that we see in the archipelago can flow in different ways to other ASEAN countries. The fishes, they just move around. So it takes, as I've said, that kind of partnership, collaborative effort, and maybe it's something that we need to push at the ASEAN level, and from there even bring other sectors within ASEAN nations to work towards working together because we have that shared space, the shared ocean and seas.
Thank you very much for that, sir. Now, one of the topics for this panel is really scientific research. Now, it's really scientific research, and one of the guide questions is really UNCLOS has an MSR, provisions on marine scientific research. But as noted by Dr. Wu, we have not fully exploited that as a region, instead focusing on bilateral partnerships with non-ASEAN countries. But at the same time, we have structures like the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on SciAN, on scientific research and scientific cooperation. How can we leverage the existence of these mechanisms now to build more multilateral cooperation within ASEAN? Or should we focus on other mechanisms like the ASEAN University Network, among others? How can we use it in order to build marine scientific research, because marine MSR founded on UNCLOS, but not necessarily limited to UNCLOS-related purposes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, you always give me difficult questions that cut across science.
You're able to do them, sir.
I think one of the weaknesses that we have not really utilized UNCLOS in terms of MSR, because we don't see science as a tool of diplomacy. That is something the scientific community has failed to do. The scientist always wants data and wants knowledge, but without understanding how that kind of knowledge can be a leverage for diplomacy. Now, that is why science diplomacy has gotten a little bit more movement in EU or in the US. But in ASEAN, it sounds like we are still struggling to understand how actually science is actually a tool, not just for betterment of human being, but betterment of the community, but it's a tool for us to talk in diplomacy. It's strengthening our cooperation to bring common benefits. So this is what I blame the scientists. I can't blame any other people, but on ourselves, trying to look at our own scientists, whether they have this kind of global worldview that, yeah, we are doing science to better the country, yes, but in a bigger term, what about regionally? Can we use leverage of science as a diplomacy where we can talk to people that we may not have talked before? We can't talk on military, we can't talk on politics. Use science as a way, yeah, this is the betterment for both of the country. So those tools has not seen a strong coming in ASEAN. That is what, in my perspective.
So as a follow-up to that question, of course, when we talk of marine scientific research under UNCLOS, it's always seen from the perspective of the pure sciences. However, it's always dealing from hydrographic surveys and marine technological development. But these two are things where ASEAN countries have some experience doing on their own unilateral as well as bilaterally. How can we improve on the current network? Should there be more ASEAN to ASEAN scholarship? Should there be a program, for example, for embedding one ASEAN scientist in another ASEAN country or another vessels of another ASEAN state? In your opinion, what particular modality would be best way to start the process?
It would be unfair for me to say that ASEAN has not invested enough in terms of ASEAN scholarships, putting kind of sort of like exchange between students, between even professors. It's unfair to say that we have not done enough. That has done that, but it's that's what I can revise such and look forward for the next 20 years. How do we better this model in order to really think about problems of the region, solve it regionally, not just looking at specific country kind of problem, oh, I want to solve it. So looking at the regional problem. Now start to look together to solve at regional level. So great young scientists. Do we then improve the model for us to have a little bit more close tie between ASEAN members? That's what I think.
Just to add to Dr. Abe, I think the scientific community could be the source of content for the highest level of policymakers and can even help shape the narrative of policy directions at the ASEAN level. When I was still active in the academic community, I used to tell my colleagues in the faculty when I was chair of a department that we cannot keep what we talk inside the university, what we develop. You have to step out. And stepping out is engaging policymakers. And maybe that's a first step for the scientific community. Then from there, step out beyond your national policymakers at the regional level and shape every ASEAN chairmanship, whoever is sharing them. Get that opportunity to push certain agenda. And that's where we can see scientific community affecting policy. At a regional level is important. And try to shape really important. Then more relevant to the future.
That's right. One way we may note, we may segue from that response is the fact made an impact on policy is the awareness of anthropogenic climate. One of the because one of the higher temperature, therefore greater acidity, therefore lower oxygen levels. Now, two questions.